Oh, hey, good evening, everybody, and welcome to the Rebel News coverage of Saskatchewan election tonight. I'm your host, Sheila Gunn, and my beautiful co-host back in the co-host chair. Jesus is my co-pilot, but also my friend, Lise Merle from Saskatchewan. Lise, how are you doing?
I'm really great, Sheila, my dear. I'm so happy to be back with you, Rebel fam, for this most important event, the results of the Saskatchewan election.
Yeah, it's hotly contested. I am cautiously optimistic. I'm a pessimistic politics watcher. As you know, I am always ready to be disappointed by politicians that I like. And that has been the theme over the last week or so. But before I get any further into this, let me do as I always do and reintroduce the Rebel News viewers to who exactly Lise Merle is. Not only is she my real life, very good, beloved friend, but she's also a former Saskatchewan broadcaster. She's an author. She's a Regina Public School Board candidate, and she is your favorite viral get off my lawn mom. And I must tell you, my daughter had no idea that that was you in that clip. So I was talking to her the other day. And I don't know how the subject of the get off my lawn mom came up. And I was like, yeah, that's Lise. She's like, what? I'm like, yeah, it's Lise. She's like, no, it isn't. I'm like, yes, it is. So for those of you who may not know, Lise Merle chased a NDP candidate right off her lawn, quite literally, when he came a knocking at her door. And she asked him a question all the parents want to know. Do you believe in secrets between teachers and students apart from parents? And, well, let's all just look and see how this unfolded.
You believe that teachers should keep secrets from parents?
I may not agree with you, but
do you believe that teachers should keep secrets from parents?
Yes.
You do believe that they should keep secrets from parents?
Parents
get off my lawn.
Thank you, friend.
Happy Mother's Day.
I mean, it just never gets old, does it, Sheila? It just never gets old. You know, I have to say, I don't blame daughter Gunn Reid for not knowing that that was me, because there are people that I've known for 25 and 30 years that did not know that was me, because that is me without makeup. And
Right.
but with the sentiment, I think I think wasn't a surprise to anybody. And yeah, I had that question ready for that man when he came knocking at my door, and we gave that question to 1 million Canadians in the lead up to all of their elections. So I do hope that our viewers will repeat it if the NDP come knocking at their door. Another great question to ask is, how many genders are there? And just watch them stammer and not be able to answer that question either.
Now let's talk about the Saskatchewan election, because that question right there was not part of the debate. And I thought it would be, because it is a major divider between crazy NDP people and the rest of the normals of the world. The rest of the normals believe that teachers should not be transitioning your children at school behind your back. And it's such a crazy thing to say out loud. But that is the truth. The NDP are using their proxies to fight the Saskatchewan Party in court for the right to transition other people's kids in the classroom without consequence.
That's exactly what they're doing. They're using their friends at CUPE and the Saskatchewan Federation of Labor and the Canadian Teachers Federation to do that dirty work for them. And I think that was a huge misstep by the Sask Party not to go as hard on the NDP on this issue as the NDP was going on parents, because what it did was, I mean, the polls are showing a shocking sort of parity between Sask Party and NDP. I mean, it is a lot closer than a lot of Saskatchewan is currently comfortable with. But I believe that if the Sask Party would have gone harder on that topic, instead of sort of dancing around the, oh, well, it's in court right now, see, look at that.
Scary.
That's that's entirely terrifying right there. But instead of dancing around that, well, you know, it's in court, it's before the courts, we're not gonna comment on it. If they would have been really, really strong advocates for this and really went to bat for parents and sticking up for us, I think they would be doing a lot better tonight than they are, which is a sad state of affairs. The Sask Party has been around long enough to know, or that they should know, what the people of Saskatchewan want to hear out of them. And the polling numbers show us that they have not been doing that. So it's just sad. It's just very sad.
Yeah, I think it's a really huge missed opportunity, because it is an issue that traditionally progressive voters rely on new Canadians. And this is an issue where new Canadians are strong social conservatives on this matter. And all you have to do is speak directly to them. And I think the Sask Party didn't do it as loudly as they should have. I think they thought it might hurt them, maybe, in the urban areas. But
yes, they were playing it really, really safe. Like, I don't know whose advice they were taking, but for what it's worth, those people should be fired after.
Big time. Big time.
Yeah,
it's this close, they need to fire a few people on the campaign team, that it's even remotely this close. Now, tell us, I'll ask you, because you're sort of, well, you are the Saskatchewan expert. That's why you're on. And so tell us, does this break down sort of the same way it does in Alberta? In Alberta, well, you just consider Edmonton a write-off, push it into the North Saskatchewan River, save the refugees. Take them to the suburbs and push the rest into the river, and it'll pop up in Winnipeg where it belongs. But if that's a joke, don't write me letters, Edmontonians. I know you're very strong conservatively, federally. I just can't figure out why you keep voting for the NDP. But Edmonton is basically a wash. It's a loss to the NDP. And then you need all of the rural area, which is fine, which is easy for the Conservatives to win. And then half of Calgary, usually. Is that sort of how it works out there between Regina and Saskatoon and then the rural areas?
That's about it. Yeah, that's about it. So Regina and Saskatoon, well, Regina for sure, being a government town, is exactly like Edmonton being a government town. And it is traditionally, well, before the Sask Party came along, it was traditionally an NDP stronghold. Now, Sask Party came about in 2007 and really stole a lot of the NDP's thunder. But tonight, I think we're going to see a whole bunch of those Sask Party seats revert back to the NDP. Now we have some smaller cities, Moose Jaw and Prince Albert included, that were traditional NDP strongholds, and they've been Sask Party forever. I think they'll be safe Sask Party now. But no, it is in Saskatchewan right now. There is an urban-rural divide that just defies. I mean, drive 5 minutes outside of Regina or Saskatoon, and you cannot find a Sask NDP supporter. You couldn't hit one with a handful of stones if you threw them into a town hall. So it's going to be really interesting to see what happens to these cities in these next couple of hours, because if we're to believe the polling numbers, it is going to be a razor thin race. And the party to watch, though, I got to say, the party to watch is this new little upstart party called the Saskatchewan United Party. It was founded in COVID when a member of the Sask Party caucus got kicked out for allegedly misrepresenting her vax status. She was unvaxxed, and in her way into the into session, somebody popped a "I got vaxxed" sticker on her. You know how big, the kitschy whatever. Oh, this is the thing that we're doing today, and this is the thing that we're doing today.
Right.
Well,
you have to wear the button. You have to wear the AIDS ribbon.
Yeah, it was the vax AIDS ribbon.
Yeah.
That's exactly right. Yeah. And so it turns out that she is from an area of the province that was very, very vax hesitant. And when it came out that she was not vaccinated, they booted her out of the Sask Party caucus, which, looking back, I think was a grievous error in judgment, just because this new little party has come up. There is a new leader. His name is John Rummock. He is a charismatic boy, and they are sort of positioning themselves as the true conservatives in Saskatchewan. They are positioning the Sask Party. There he is. Yeah, there's the guy. They're positioning the Sask Party as a team of liberals who have pulled the wool over the eyes of Saskatchewan for these last 17 years. And these guys are coming right up the middle, and especially they're running a slate. I think they have like 31 candidates right now, mostly in rural settings. So the fear is that Sask United Party is going to split the vote in those rural settings, and we'll watch the NDP come up the middle just like they did in Alberta. So it'll be really interesting.
Horrors.
But yeah, these guys have a lot of pretty sensible ideas, I think. And they've been taking up a lot of space in town halls and in the rural settings, and they have a lot of candidates that are just, normal people who deserve that, or think that Saskatchewan deserves better than what they've been getting. They have a bunch of good little policies there. So yeah, this is the party that we're going to watch tonight.
And now, has Scott Moe made an appeal to those voters?
Yes,
he would have been wise to. Okay, good.
Yes, yeah. For the last 6 months, he's been saying we must caution against splitting the vote on the conservative side. But on the other hand, he hasn't reassured his conservative voters that he's going to move any. Yeah. He
has to assuage their fears. You have to say, there's a home for you. Big blue, strong blue, navy blue conservatives. There's a home for you in the Saskatchewan Party. And
I think there was an opportunity there. Yeah.
Yeah. Again, that's what vegetable lasagna leader Erin O'Toole failed to do to the PPC vote. And it did cost some seats. He did not make an appeal to them. He should have, because they were formerly Conservative Party members who were disaffected with the party, and all you had to do was say, there's a place back in here for you,
invite them back.
But nobody ever did. And there's a lot of good former conservative MPs sitting one out because of that. Let's go to, we've got this tweet from Canada Matters. We showed that. It's from 3:38, October 26. Popular vote projection is just basically tied. 47% plus or minus 6% for both. And then what they have here is they're still, because of where the votes are, where the ridings are, the Sask Party is poised to win majority. They've got it by just 3 seats. It's too close. It's just
I mean,
too close.
yeah, it's a dead run. It's a dead run for the finish line. Yeah.
We
Yeah.
have, and
Yeah.
other,
Another,
go
yeah.
ahead.
Sorry,
Oh,
babe.
no.
But another thing to remember is the Sask Party has been around long enough so that there's a whole new contingent of very, very young, idealistic voters that don't remember how bad it was under the NDP. They don't remember what it was like watching, 8 out of 10 of your high school mates picking up the day after you graduated high school and
Coming
leaving
here.
to Alberta. That's right. They don't remember the school closures or the hospital closures, or that nobody had anything nice in Saskatchewan. You weren't allowed to work unless you worked for the government in those years. And so that's another concern too, is that we have this whole new cohort of voters that don't remember how terrible it was under the NDP. Meanwhile, that same cohort, when they're looking at voting federally, are voting
Right.
conservative. So it's just a wild dichotomy that I can't quite wrap my brain around. Saskatchewan is a little bit funny that way because in terms of our federal vote, we are the most conservative province in the nation. And yet when it comes to our provincial vote, we're just like all over the map. I mean, we're just
Randy Boissonneau ruined that for us. That insufferable Randy Boissonneau.
which Randy?
Which one?
The real Randy or the different Randy? The other Randy.
The autocorrect Randy. But it is odd because Regina is so strong federally conservative. But yet they will lose their marbles and vote NDP. And I don't understand why voters can't make the connection that that's the same NDP propping up the idiot in Ottawa.
They're all the same people. They're all in the same big king size, emperor size bed. Like the provincial NDP reports up to the federal NDP. They belong to each other. And I mean, to say that Jagmeet Singh is unpopular in Saskatchewan is a wildly gross understatement. And yet they're looking at voting in his proxy, Carla Beck, who is arguably worse than Jagmeet Singh. So we'll see how it goes. We'll see how it goes.
So we should tell everybody what we're doing here because we've been yakking away for 15 minutes and I haven't even told people how they can get involved or support the work that we do here at Rebel News. If you want to have your say and you are watching us on YouTube, well, that's fine. But YouTube is a censorship platform. They hate Rebel News and they've completely demonetized us. So if you want to maybe throw a few bucks Rebel News's way so we can keep the lights on and keep doing these sort of streams after hours, I got to tell you, it is 9:45 for our Toronto team and they've already put in a 12-hour day. Head on over to Rumble, where you can leave a paid chat called a Rumble Rant. If it's over the $5 US minimum, I'm obligating myself and my friend Lise to address it on air. But don't let that be the bar for entry because we frequently read the chats that fall below that amount if we have time, and we usually make the time. So get chatting, get supporting Rebel News, and support Rumble because they are the platform that lets you speak your mind. All right, let's go into this article from the Western Standard. It's from Christopher Oldcorn, who I really like him. I really like Chris Oldcorn.
Me and Chris went on a road trip in the van the other night. He is a peach, Chris Oldcorn. He is a peach.
Can we bring that up, Olivia? Okay, scroll down. So he's got 3 Saskatchewan election predictions, and as he writes, none will predict that the Saskatchewan NDP will reach the 31 seats needed to win a majority government. So they can breathe a sigh of relief that we will not become a socialist hellhole for the next 4 years before returning to a common sense conservative government. Do we have more? Oh, John Gormley wrote there. Okay, so his 3 predictions show that the Saskatchewan Party is projected to win between 29 and 36 seats, while the Sask NDP wins between 25 and 30. A new conservative party, as you rightly pointed out, Sask United is tonight's spoiler. It can win up to 2 seats. Now, will they ally themselves with the conservative Sask Party if they do? I imagine they would if it meant staving off an NDP government.
Yeah. I would imagine too. Yeah.
Chris predicts 32 seats and the Saskatchewan NDP will win 29. Now, those are some pretty firm numbers, so I think Chris is probably privy to some internal polling that I'm not. Let's keep going. That's the best case scenario, and rarely do elections ever turn out to be the best case scenario. If the NDP wins all those seats, we'll still leave the Sask party at the magic number of 31.
Yeah.
I hope he's right.
That's what,
Olivia, let's
you need to form a majority. Yep.
going. Yeah. Keep scrolling. His second prediction is that the Sask party will win between 35 and 38 seats, and the NDP will win 22 and 25.
That's
2 weeks
better.
ago,
That makes me feel better. Yeah.
that's his polling from 2 weeks ago. What has Carla Beck done in the last 2 weeks to pull this thing out of the fire?
Beats the hell out of me, Sheila. I mean, the same thing that she's been doing for the last 4 or 5 months, which is it's a grandstanding in front of a podium with a bunch of old people or purple hair people or sad looking ragged urban people, and saying it's time for a change. It's time for a change. It's time for a change. How they've managed, the NDP, to skirt around all of their many missteps in these last couple of weeks is beyond me. Because let's not forget, the NDP is at the heart of a scandal in a Saskatchewan school where 160 girls were displaced because of 2 trans boys that belong to an NDP MLA. I mean, how did they get away with that? It's almost like the Sask party didn't capitalize on that news enough, or as much as they should have. I mean, that was a perfect opportunity for them to get real involved in. And they came up with a policy saying biological girls and biological boys will be in the same change rooms and washrooms if we're or in the same change or in sex separated change rooms if we're elected.
Right.
But I don't think that was good enough, to be completely honest.
Can we go back to Chris Oldcorn's third prediction? We didn't get to it, and I think the third one is the most optimistic
Nightmare scenario.
For both the Sask party and the Sask NDP.
Yeah.
Sask party or Sask United will pick up 2 seats, preventing both the Sask party and the Sask NDP from reaching 31.
Now, let me just say, this is the Sask United's party absolute wet dream right here. This is their wet dream.
Because then they've got 2 seats and
they hold the
they're
balance
wielding
of
the
power. Yes, I mean that would be their best case scenario. So we'll see how that goes. They've been campaigning really hard, the Sask United Party. So we'll see.
And there are still people who are very disaffected by Scott Moe's actions during COVID, although he was like one of the first to roll back mandates, but he is also still the guy who imposed them. Whereas Danielle Smith in Alberta, she was not responsible for the restrictions and mandates and the lies, dare I say it, of Jason Kenney, her predecessor. But that's why the party tossed him out on his ass. And today in the legislature, Bill 24, her flagship piece of legislation in the brand new sitting, is enshrining vaccine choice into the Alberta Bill of Rights. So not only has she apologized for the things of her predecessor, but is going actively out of her way to prevent it from ever happening in this province ever again. And it's hard for Scott Moe to run away from that. And I think that has been helping Sask United.
Without question. Scott Moe is one of the only remaining premiers that was premier during the dark days of COVID that is still standing. But even if these poll numbers shake out to anywhere near close, I believe that there will be most certainly change in leadership at the Sask party. When Scott Moe, I remember thinking during COVID, one day, 10 years from now, I'm going to ask Scott Moe if he knew what he was getting into when he ran for the leader of the Sask party and then won and became the premier. If he knew what he was getting into, would he have done it? Because it was just such an unprecedented time. And but yeah, I think that changes in the air for Sask party. I've been saying for Sheila, it's got to be over a year now, have I not? Sask party's in an identity crisis. And
Right.
they're having a really hard time figuring out who they are post-COVID. They have a slate, like 50% of their candidates are brand new candidates. That's how many decided not to run or decided to retire or just thought that their time was up as an MLA. So that's also one of the drawbacks that the Sask Party is dealing with tonight, is that they lost 50% of their name recognition
Right.
in this
And-
lead up to this election.
Yeah, I think it took 44 years for the old PCs in Alberta to reach that point where they're having an identity crisis, where they've sort of moved so close to the middle that there wasn't anything distinguishing them from the
Yes.
scary NDP. And you do need a lot of daylight. And we should learn from Pierre Poilievre. Put a ton of daylight in between you and the next party to the left of you, so that there's no ifs, ands, or buts on, well, I could choose him and it would be pretty close to choosing him, so I'll just keep parking my vote over here. You have to give a viable difference. I think Scott Moe is that. I just don't think he communicated it very well. And
no, and yeah, another thing that happened was the Saskatchewan NDP pulled off the greatest policy piracy that I've ever seen. So I would say roughly 50 to 60% of the Saskatchewan NDP's policies are actually just rebranded Sask Party policies. And the Sask Party did not call them on any of that either. So there isn't enough room between the Sask NDP and the Sask Party. We're seeing this with the turnover of those urban votes. People are saying, right, you're basically the same party. So we're just going to give the new guys a chance without understanding just how detrimental that can be to a province.
We did it in 2015. We're still attempting to recover our credit rating during the 10 plus credit rating drops and credit agency warnings. We're only now, 5 years out and 2 premiers out, trying to recover from the damage done by the NDP. I mentioned before, and I just should tell everybody, polls close at 8 Mountain and Saskatchewan time. So we've got 5 minutes before polls close, and we won't have results until, I think we're going to have them quicker than BC, but I don't know for sure, since maybe we got the results in BC today. But I mentioned Daniel Smith changing the Alberta Bill of Rights. This is something that I think if Scott Moe had done something like this, there would be no Sask United Party right now.
Without question, without question. I think everybody in Saskatchewan is looking next door to Alberta going, where is ours? Where is our Saskatchewan Bill of Rights? Why do we not have this? On one hand, it's just such a swish bang win for the people of Alberta to have medical autonomy over your own body, and not only that, but she's also reining in those crazy professional regulators that have gotten absolutely carried away with their social justice bents. I think everybody in Saskatchewan is looking next door at Alberta thinking, God, you just got a hell of a lot more gorgeous over there. You started out gorgeous. Now your hair gets
bouncier.
Whoa, you look like you got some work done, Alberta. You're looking real pretty from over here in Saskatchewan. And I think a lot of us are wondering, well, how come we can't have those nice things too? It'll be a lesson for whoever forms government to sort of follow that lead, because our freedoms are precious. We know it. We know what it feels like to have them all taken away. And we know that there is a need to protect the people of a province from gross federal overreach. And that's what Danielle Smith is doing. So good for her.
We've got a clip. Olivia, roll the clip.
Minister of Justice, Mickey Amory, to talk about our first piece of legislation for the fall session, the Alberta Bill of Rights, and our government's actions to safeguard the rights and freedoms of all Albertans. In 1905, our province was founded as a free and democratic society. Alberta was built by people who valued freedom, family, and fundamental rights, values Albertans still embrace today. In 1972, those rights were enshrined in the Alberta Bill of Rights, a document that protects, among other fundamental rights, freedom of speech, freedom of religion, and the right to equality before the law. The Bill of Rights has served us well, but it's been more than half a century since it was introduced. In an ever-evolving world, we must be vigilant to ensure the rights and freedoms of Albertans continue to be protected. And that's why today I'm announcing the proposed amendments that, if passed, would strengthen the Alberta Bill of Rights and ensure our province remains one of the freest societies in the world. You've already heard me speak a lot about our updates, but with the legislation drafted and ready for debate, I'm pleased to reiterate these important changes. Ultimately, a free democratic society relies on the ability of its citizens to make decisions willingly, express themselves freely, own property, and use it as they see fit. And it also relies on citizens' autonomy over their bodies and the right to make their own choices about the medical treatments they receive. No one should be pressured into accepting any medical treatment without their full consent, including a vaccine. If passed, this amendment would protect an individual's right to refuse medical care, medical treatment, or a medical procedure unless that person lacks the capacity to make a choice or is likely to cause harm to themselves or others. In addition, we're tabling amendments to further protect freedom of speech in our province. Albertans value freedom of speech, and it's something that's already enshrined in the Alberta Bill of Rights. But our proposed amendments would expand the scope of this right to include expressive activities beyond written and spoken language. Freedom of speech is one of the most important hallmarks of a democracy, and so this update is critical. Like it, the protection of property rights is a cornerstone of living in a free society. Albertans are also people who work hard to earn a living, provide for their families, and enjoy the right to acquire property. We will strengthen those rights so no Albertan can be deprived of their property without legal authority and just compensation. This is an affirmation of your own right to own and enjoy the property that you have worked so hard to earn. And finally, as people who come from a long line of farmers and ranchers, many Albertans continue to value a way of life that includes the legal use of firearms for their livelihood, for hunting, and for sport. For too long, the federal government has unfairly targeted law-abiding firearms owners who've done nothing more than exercise their legal rights. And we've seen an escalation from Ottawa in recent years. So we're pushing back and reinforcing your right to acquire, keep, and use firearms in accordance with the law. And we're sending a message to Ottawa that Albertans will not forfeit these rights. Let me be clear, our government will always stand up for the rights of Albertans. It is our honor and our duty to do so. Our province is founded and grounded on individual freedom and personal responsibility. These amendments to the Alberta Bill of Rights are not just legal changes. They are a reaffirmation of the values that make Alberta one of the freest jurisdictions on earth. They are about protecting our rights and our freedoms and ensuring our province continues to be home to freedom, democracy, and a way of life that we will continue to cherish for generations.
What a beaut. What a friggin' beaut. God, she's good.
You know, and what a game changer that would have been for Scott Moe to have done something like that right in the middle of the campaign and said, look, if we are a re-elected government, we will bring in a Saskatchewan Bill of Rights. We realize that civil liberties were in a bonfire during the pandemic. The government made mistakes. For that, we must make amends and ensure this never happens to a single resident of Saskatchewan ever again. And it would have changed so much. It would have neutralized the Sask United vote.
It would have been such a boss move, like just such an absolute flex. And you just got to wonder why this wasn't proposed or nobody brought it up or that it was, considered and then poo-pooed. You just got to wonder why. You just got to wonder. It would have been a swish bang win for the people of Saskatchewan. Without question, it would have been so appreciated by our rural voters. And I got to say many of the urban ones too. Yeah, many of the urban ones too.
Now, before I know we have a couple of ad reads and then ad to do, and I think right now we could possibly be currently beating Saskatchewan or CBC in their viewership numbers online. Efron, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think at least if we're not beating, we're approaching. And Lise is in her living room, and I in my cubby under the stairs. So if friends at home, if you're watching right now, share the stream. Go share it to as many people as you know. Just hit send all, and get our viewership numbers over that and above CBC for the rest of the night. Don't click off. If you got something to do, just let it run. Go do the dishes and then come back if you wouldn't mind.
The way that we want to beat the CBC on this live stream is just, nothing would make us happier. I mean, we would have to figure out a way to reward you if we were to do that, wouldn't we, Sheila? Yeah, we would. We would have to do that.
You know what? Our presence
it would
is
be
a reward.
amazing.
Telling your stories, regular normals of the world, that's your reward. Before we move on from the wonderful first day back in the legislature in Alberta, I just clipped this because I was sort of watching the Liberals lie to us at committee, and I was watching, the foreign interference stuff break this morning, but it was also a very big day in Alberta. And so out of the corner of my ear, I never really pay attention past question period, but they were going into member statements and I still had my earbuds in, and I caught this amazing member statement from Chantal De Jong. You will look at her and you will realize that this is like a 20-something millennial, UCP MP for Chestermere, talking about what the UCP thinks is the cornerstone of society. If we can show that. And then you can be jealous, and then we'll do some ad reads.
Mr. Speaker, it's a great honor to be back in this chamber on the first day of the fall sitting and speak to one of the most inalienable truths, a reason I felt called to this office. Since the dawn of time, long before governments and progressives existed, the family was the core building block of society. Healthy families with parents who love and support their kids are what make our province great. But in recent years, the family has been under increasing attacks by misguided movement with radical ideologies that insist on undermining traditional family values and the role of parents. These people would like to tell us that parents cannot be trusted to love and care for their children more than anyone else in the world. And they denounce anyone who disagrees with the radical ideology as hateful and heartless. But we and most Albertans recognize that governments do not replace families and do not grant parents their inherent rights. We will not support those who experiment with the lives and health of children and families. It is the task of government to provide an environment where families can prosper together in love and security. This is why, during this fall legislative session, we will defend and strengthen the rights of families to safety, security, and health. This is why we will do what it takes to stop the experimental ideology that strips parents of the right to know and care for every aspect of their children's lives. This is why we will stand up for the family as the fundamental building block of society, no matter who wants to break it down. And the opposition is welcome to call us names and call us anti-this or anti-that. But in the UCP, we are for Albertans, and that means we are for families. This is who we are and what we will stand for in a free and a prosperous Alberta. Thank you.
Next Premier of Alberta, right there, kids. Did you? I've got tears in my eyes. Look at this.
I know.
Look at this.
I
Why?
was going to send that video to you earlier, but I'm like, no, I want to show it to her on air. She's going to get all emotional and excited.
I've got actual tears, you guys. That was beautifully said, and nothing could be truer than that. And it's amazing that it took a 20-something fearless female to say it in the Alberta legislature. Well done, her. I want to send her flowers tomorrow. That was just beautiful. Perfectly said.
Okay, let's, I know that you have to pop off because you are a much desired Saskatchewan commentator. And so you have a few other things to do on other broadcasts, but you came on ours first and you're going to come on afterwards to finish up.
This is where I belong. I'm just gonna, you won't even notice that I'm gone. Okay. Sheila she'll just hold down the fort like she always does. And I will be back in 2 shakes of a lamb's tail. Promise.
Yeah, we'll watch some videos. We'll go through some of the early election results. We might have a guest that people might remember from a couple years ago. But in the meantime, we'll do a quick ad read. We'll hit an ad break, and then I will go to the maybe the Election Saskatchewan site. I mean, it's so early, who knows? But anyways, have you heard of the recent advertising scandal? Let me break it down. CEO of Rumble, Chris Pavlovsky, recently released an email from Inspire Brands and, for shame, Dunkin' Donuts. The email explicitly states the right-wing culture of Rumble is just too polarizing. In other words, Dunkin' Donuts has a problem with right-wing culture and wants nothing to do with it or Rumble or your caffeine addiction, blue-collar people. So here's the solution. Stop buying products that don't support you and start supporting brands that support you. The competing coffee brand that we all need to get behind is Rumble's $17.75 coffee. For a limited time, Rumble is offering buy 2 bags of coffee, get 1 for free. Go to 1775coffee.com and enter promo code Duncan to get this limited time deal. Olivia, I think we're due for an ad break, and somebody's probably due for a nicotine break in Saskatchewan. So if we want to do some internal ads, and we'll be back here in 90 seconds.
What if governments are trying to reinvent the wheel when the greatest teacher of all times has already laid out the perfect blueprint for a constitution for a kingdom of love, faith, and freedom? Introducing the Kingdom of Heaven Freedom Passport. This special edition Freedom Passport captures the foundational truths of love, ethics, and freedom for all. It's a powerful reminder of Jesus's call to love one another and to be part of something bigger that you can carry with you every day. Join the movement, share the truth, and spread the love with your family and friends. Get your Kingdom of Heaven Freedom Passport at freedompassport.ca. And right now, all orders in North America come with free shipping and a free downloadable song with every purchase.
Why should you join Canada's National Firearms Association? We currently have one of the most aggressively anti-firearm governments in our nation's history, promoting fear and placing blame like never before. Our rights, freedoms, culture, and heritage, it's all on the line. But we are fighting back, and there is strength in numbers. We work within the law to change the law, to defend competitors, hunters, collectors, and other law-abiding firearms owners. We can get through this. We've done it before, and we'll do it again, if you are with us. Canada's National Firearms Association. Freedom, safety, responsibility.
Quality of life matters. Affording groceries and the basics matters. Ottawa has a different agenda. Their energy production cap will cut your family's budget, which means less money in your wallet. We say let common sense prevail. Tell the feds at scrapthecap.ca.
I'm in Brazil, so I'm using a VPN to get on the internet. What's a VPN? It stands for a virtual private network, and you get around these government firewalls. Suddenly, the president of Brazil banned his whole country from going on Twitter. It was a political censorship news. I've downloaded the VPN from a company called PIA VPN. We've teamed up with them at Rebel, and it's a great deal. I got on the internet really quickly, safely, and even I'm a bit of a technophobe. I managed to figure it out with 2 clicks. And here's the great news. If you go to piavpn.com/Rebel News, not only do you get a big discount, but they pay us a bit of a commission too. Everyone's a winner. Your freedom, your VPN, and a little bit of cash coming to support Rebel News. I'm using it myself to get around the censors in Brazil. You can use it too. That's piavpn.com/Rebel News.
It wasn't always like this. When did everything change?
We want freedom!
I have a valid court order here today to vacate everyone from the building.
Bye, Daddy!
I don't think anyone would call it a democracy.
An historic church in northern Alberta has been destroyed by fire.
Major shortage of that, and the cost of living has skyrocketed.
Shame on you!
Is anyone going to push back? There are rebels among us, strong and free, rejecting the new normal, unwilling to be silenced. So what is a rebel?
A journalist.
A farmer.
A hunter.
A father.
A mother. A student.
A real female athlete.
A patriot.
Bold, fearless,
and unconventional. Rebels rise up.
Small fringe minority.
All right. Oh, looks like my video feed is getting kind of sketchy, but I guess you get what you pay for when you use Skype. We had to say goodbye to Lise. As I said, she's got a couple of other appearances that she needs to make because she's a highly sought after commentator on Saskatchewan politics. For those of you who don't know, she used to co-host on the John Gormley show for years. So she's a very experienced broadcaster, although I think you could probably pick that up in our discussion. Now, I just want to touch on how the votes are being counted in Saskatchewan, because I realize that, and I'm not a voting machine conspirator at this point. In fact, I have other opinions about how things should have happened in British Columbia. And the election meddling, I think, was the withholding of information. I'm working closely with the NDP premier there as an advisor. However, did my Skype feed freeze up? I'm not sure. Anyways, I'll just keep talking. But I realize that the Dominion vote tabulators, people have a lot of questions about those right now. And I don't like the idea of people, sort of pointing the conspiracy finger and telling people to shut up. People are allowed to have questions about the integrity of the elections. I just sat through 30 days of Foreign Interference Commission because people have questions about the integrity of elections. So let's just get rid of that uppity nonsense right now. But in Saskatchewan, the votes are counted by hand. I guess you can do that in a place of about 1.5 million people. And the elections, Saskatchewan actually put out a video about how their votes are counted. I think probably in an effort to sort of get rid of some of the issues that are happening in other places with changes to how votes are counted. Like British Columbia, we're all just living through British Columbia with their vote by phone, and then they've got all these advance votes that were allowed to be cast on the day, like stuck in the mail on the day of the election. So when did those get to you? 3 to 5 days afterwards? I mean, it's Canada Post we're relying on here now. Have you tracked a package lately? Like, they're not the most efficient agency. And then, of course, the introduction of the Dominion vote tabulators. They're not voting machines. They were never hooked to the internet. Regardless, people have questions. Saskatchewan is doing their best to answer them. Maybe let's run that video really quick. And then we'll break things. All right, I feel happy that there was like a big circle with a line through it with the voting machines. Like, no, do not, no voting machines. So as you know, we said goodbye to Lease, just only temporary, but we're bringing on a new guest. Some of you Rebel News viewers, especially those of you who came to us early in the pandemic during our pandemic coverage, you will recognize this face. And maybe you didn't follow Rebel News because of our pandemic coverage. Maybe you know her from singing at Tommy Robinson rallies. It's our friend from Saskatchewan, Kelly Lamb. Hi,
Hello.
Kelly. How are you? It's good to see you. You're looking well.
Thank you.
Life got in the way and you needed to step away from journalism, but I don't think you stepped away from being interested in politics and the culture war. Tell us what you've been up to.
Well, one can't simply shut off this obsession with politics and culture. Unfortunately, though, I've tried. But no, life's been good. Yeah, it's just been personal stuff, health stuff, a move in the mix. It's a boring story. I won't tell you all right now, but things are going all right. And of course, I'm eagerly anticipating the results of some pretty important elections Canadian-wide, but definitely in our province tonight. So
yeah, this is super important for us in Saskatchewan because we didn't receive an ally in British Columbia. We just lost one in New Brunswick with Blaine Higgs. Nobody knows what side of the fence Doug Ford is on any given day. Nova Scotia is going to election, so Conservative Houston is going to election there. He just dropped a snap election. We don't want Alberta's only real ally in Confederation right now to be the leader of the official opposition federally. We wouldn't mind keeping that Western Bloc united against the carbon tax, the gun grab, out of control immigration, inflationary spending. It's really important for us in Alberta to see an ally in Scott Moe get reelected.
well, yeah, I mean, the West stands together, or we should be, as you said, with BC. It's hit and miss, although it's so interesting. You look at a map of BC, it's just truly those cities. It's such an urban-rural divide. I heard your other guest speaking about that as well here. It's the same. You really see that difference, and you really feel it when you go into the cities. It's night and day. It's unbelievable. But certainly Alberta and Saskatchewan, we're sister provinces. You know, we've always had that sort of allyship when it comes to any sort of concerns about separatist or alienation. That's always been a very Saskatchewan, Alberta united sort of sentiment. So I'm really hopeful that we go in a right direction. I really appreciated the coverage you've done so far in showing what's been going on with Danielle Smith and the Bill of Rights and that inspiring sort of family first speech. Really good stuff. And I'd like to see us go that way. I mean, I don't know. I'd like to see a little more chutzpah from Scott Moe, myself personally, but we'll see, I guess.
Okay, so what were your issues in Saskatchewan? Because you're like me. I eat, sleep, and breathe Alberta. I pay very close attention because I feel like we probably are the same place most days. But what were your issues in this election?
Well, first I had to shift out of England policies and concerns because, as you mentioned, I was singing at a couple of the rallies for Tommy Robinson and really focusing on what's going on there, which to me is just a precursor of what all of the Western nations are going to face. So even though it seems really far away, it's not. It's so many of the same concerns with immigration, freedom of speech, corrupt governments, lies, mainstream media lies, all of that propaganda, right? So I've shifted back into Saskatchewan now as we get into this election. My issues, I mean, the same as you have already mentioned, everything from immigration to gun rights. Absolutely. My husband is definitely a big fan of safe and legal RPAL gun ownership. You know, some of the safest, most reputable people and most vetted people in our country are our gun owners. So that's a big issue. Of course, cost of living. Who isn't feeling this horrible crunch with cost of living, gas, food, inflation, and of course, the carbon tax on every single service and every single thing you do. Thankfully, Scott Moe did at least give some relief. There's a carbon tax halt on home heating, which is something, but it's really minor compared to how we're feeling it in every other service and amenity and item that we buy, from our toothpaste. You know, I always say to fellow people who are more granola, you can go buy a thing of organic supplements, but the shipping is going to nail you, and you're gonna pay more because of that carbon tax. There's no way around it. You will not get back more than what you pay. What an absolute insane lie that is. So that's a big thing for us. Oh, totally. I don't know how people don't see through it. Trust the government, right? But for my area, there's a couple of concerns. For me, healthcare is big. We've seen, you know, we have some private clinics right now, including an MRI clinic two of them that have opened up in Saskatchewan that have been wildly successful. I've made use of them. There's been issues with fighting between Health Canada, having actual funding threatened to be taken away or taken away from the feds because they say we're breaking all the rules. The NDP are saying it's unfair. So healthcare for me is a big priority. It's a mess, but the NDP would have us believe that it's Scott Moe's fault, and I don't believe that for a second. It's bad everywhere. It's the way that Canadian healthcare is set up, which I could probably go on about for hours. So that's a big one for me, is making sure we actually get what we're paying for, because it's not just putting more money in. It's about how it's actually given out to the public. It's about bureaucracy. It's about wasted dollars. It's about all of the sort of top heavy services that we consistently see in Canada with micromanagement and overregulation. So that's a concern for me. Where I live, though, which is north of Prince Albert is my, I guess, go-to for appointments, for groceries. We don't have much in the sort of rural area that I'm in. And the crime, Sheila, is out of control. It's out of control. And just recently, you know, we get a lot of these emergency alerts. And it was early in the morning. There was an alert that there were people who had stolen a vehicle and they were dangerous and armed, and for the public to stand back, and they were just arrested. This poor guy, older guy, was on a construction site at 9:30 in the morning in the middle of the week, shot, left for dead, vehicle stolen. This is the kind of stuff we see all the time where I am, and it's a nightmare. And it's gotten to the point where I don't like to go shopping without my husband. I don't like going into the city at night. And these are the sorts of very real day-to-day issues that we are facing in our region. So that's a big priority for me personally. And that, of course, goes hand in hand with drug policy and what we're doing about addictions.
Yeah, I was in Saskatchewan in Prince Albert early in the pandemic to cover a story there. There was a church there, Full Gospel Outreach is what it was called. And COVID had spread to the church from the casino. The government closed the church and left the casino open, right? Because the church doesn't make you money, right? The casino does. This was, I've been to Northern Iraq, and this was probably the poorest church that I had ever seen. And I've seen the aid work done to Christians as they return surviving a genocide. This church administered to the least of our brothers, and I cannot stress that enough. It ran a clothing bank out of the church. It ran a hot lunch sandwiches out of the church. There were needle exchange bins. It shocked me. I thought they were old newspaper bins where you pull back and then you pull the newspaper out. And I was like, oh, I haven't seen one of those in forever. No, they were needle drops. I couldn't believe it. And this was the church that the government chose to close, cutting off services to the people of downtown Prince Albert. But Prince Albert, it's struggling. It is struggling with all the things that are going wrong in Canadian society right now. Just social decay, crime, drug use. And it really is NDP policy that would make that worse. We know how closely the NDP have hitched their cart to Justin Trudeau's Liberals on Justin Trudeau's wacko permissive drug policies and we've seen what the NDP have done with drug policy in the places like British Columbia. As an Albertan, we have a completely different viewpoint on this. Our government is doing something different. We can benchmark our success against the NDP in BC because they're doing completely the opposite. Giving out drugs to kids, drug paraphernalia vending machines. In Alberta, we'll round you up and stick you in treatment. You know, we're building out treatment beds, and in British Columbia, they're giving safe supply to minors, and then that safe supply is being trafficked into Alberta and resulting in our overdoses. I don't think Scott Moe communicated enough on those issues, just how radical the NDP are, especially on crime and drug policy.
I 100% agree. His messaging, you've mentioned this as well in your previous segment, is lacking. It's lacking. I think he could use a little more in a lot of areas, and this is one of them, especially for people in our region. We want answers and we don't want rhetoric. And it's not a lack of compassion. On the contrary, I have utmost compassion for those, as you said, the least of our brothers and sisters. They are suffering, but I do not believe it is compassionate to enable their suffering further. And I don't think it's compassionate to just leave these neighborhoods to rot in crime and social decay. It is horrible to watch what's happening, and it is affecting every person, every race, every age, every walk of life. We've had seniors attacked in seniors' home, random senseless crime, and so much of it comes back to drugs and alcohol addiction, but drugs in particular. And this is something that I would agree with you wholeheartedly on. The NDP nationally and in other provinces has shown how they feel about this. Now, what's interesting is the NDP in Saskatchewan hasn't explicitly come out in favor of harm reduction, at least not in their policy. In fact, just as recently as I think a week ago, some of the harm reduction advocates or activists, I guess you could call them, called out the NDP. Yes, exactly. Pretty much. Let's call it what it is. Call a spade a spade. But they criticize the NDP for not doing enough and wanting to have more funding, because Scott Moe does not fund. He's not pushing for funding for that. He will sort of in the background say, no, I'm going to fund treatment. I'm going to fund beds. I'm not going to fund that. But he hasn't done enough to say, hey, this is why. And I think that's where Polyev has done a good job. He's really spoke about the importance of bringing our kids home not addicted. The Alberta model, as you mentioned, has been really interesting to watch. The movies Vancouver is Dying and Canada is Dying by Aaron Gunn are fantastic examples if anybody's passionate on this discussion of why harm reduction, safe supply, safe sites are not working, how it's ending up in more drug trafficking and more addiction and just kicking the can down the road. It's not saving the lives that it claims to be saving. So I would like to see, I mean, more coming from Scott Moe, but more that I don't trust the NDP just because they haven't said explicitly here they're going to do it. This seems to be the generalized mentality of leftist-leaning politicians in the country and policies that have been in place for a long time that are failing and hurting communities, hurting people. I don't trust the NDP not to do that. And I don't know how bad things have to get for people to wake up and realize that enabling drug addicts isn't the answer. And I don't know where Saskatchewan's going to go on this, but I would hope that we would err on the side of common sense, common decency, and really good health policy that isn't based on sort of some of these very weird statistics that they've come up with in other provinces to push this stuff. It's really, really worrying. And I mean, so many of us know someone who's addicted or have lost someone who's addicted. Nobody wants to see people suffering like that. The question is, how do we handle it? And, you know, as an ex-lefty myself, I always try to come at it from the point of view of, listen, we both care about these people. We see very different ways forward. And to me, this one's a no-brainer. You don't give drugs to drug addicts. I just don't see how anybody is thinking that that's the way forward. So what worries me with the NDP gaining, you know, as much sort of popularity as we see in some of the polls is I would really hope that a place like PA would just be destroyed by that. We already have needle exchange. We already have, you know, the province-wide funded safe inhalation devices, i.e. meth and crack pipes. I don't want to see this go any further. It's just going to hurt people. So I don't know. Scott Moe's got to do a little more to make it clear on why he's saying what he's saying and exactly what he's going to do to fix this.
Right. Olivia, I think it's video number 5 from the debate. Scott Moe touched on this, but I don't think he really capitalized on, you know, telling people just how radical the NDP are. And, you know, I think Carla Beck, I love saying her name, but in a smug kind of way, Carla Beck. I think she's just sort of biding her time. I think for her, it doesn't bode well for her to talk about what she really feels about harm reduction, as if harm reduction is an accurate descriptor of giving somebody lethal poison so they can slowly kill themselves instead of quickly kill themselves. I think she sort of kept a lid on that because I think it is so out of whack with the everyday Saskatchewan resident. But Scott Moe, yeah, I think Scott Moe touched on building out recovery and shelter beds during the debate.
I would like to speak to something that's already in place. 500 police officers, yes, to make our community safer and our downtown safer. 500 recovery beds. Part of that is capacity, which is the 500 beds. But part of it is access to those beds, whether it be through our urgent care centers or through our complex needs shelters, which today have taken 400 people off the streets before they harm themselves or someone else. And I would hope that all Saskatchewan people can resonate with this fact. For 95% of those folks that have been taken off the street because they may be in a state where they're going to harm themselves or potentially harm someone else, 95% have self-referred to some type of addiction services. It is the government's job to provide an opportunity for everyone that may be living a life with addictions. Recovery is the focus of the Saskatchewan Party, and 95% self-referral rate is a positive step forward.
I think that's the right policy. Build out shelter beds, focus on recovery, focus on human dignity. There's no dignity in living in squalor with infections in your arm because you keep injecting yourself with deadly poison and the government says, here's more poison, here's a needle to do it with. Even if you don't care about the addict, you should care about their families and their children who have to live, and their communities who have to live through this with them. Drug addiction is a black hole that sucks the entire community into it.
It does. It's not just an individual issue. It just bleeds into the community and into families. And it truly is, in my opinion, maybe this sounds hyperbolic, but I believe that the current way that a lot of the people that are left-leaning in this country are pushing for, this harm reduction mentality, I believe it's evil. It's just a way it seems to hurt more people. It doesn't seem in any way that it's going to fix anything. I don't think we've seen sufficient evidence of that when looking at places that have put this out there several years ago, places in Vancouver. We're seeing a lot of problems stemming from it. I mean, I think a lot of people could have called that, but it's starting to finally show up in the very obvious ways that you've seen crime increased, and the fact that, as I mentioned, it's just kicking the can down the road. Addictions numbers aren't going down. We're just seeing things skyrocket out of control. So yeah, I'm glad to see that Scott Moe has touched on it. And of course, obviously, a million times better than what I suspect the NDP would do down the road. But yeah, would like to see just more messaging and just really explaining to people why that other method, because sometimes the left, if nothing else, they can be really good at their word salad compassion rhetoric, and certain people that aren't really interested in politics and haven't looked into it are easily sucked into it because they want to care for people, and they might just be missing the realities and the statistics behind that.
Now I want to ask you about the expanded or is it expanded? No, it's just proposed, the Saskatchewan Marshals Service, because Scott Moe has talked about this to address the gaps in policing, particularly in rural areas. We've done something sort of similar in Alberta. We already had the sheriffs and Danielle Smith to address rising crime thanks to Justin Trudeau's radical policies. Affecting people who didn't vote for his radical policies, expanded our sheriff's service and gave them more roles. Now they will monitor people out on bail because Justin Trudeau's catch and release bail system, and we're like, great, thanks. Now we have to watch them. So they've going after bail jumpers, people who are out on warrants. That's what the sheriff's service does now, in beyond their other duties. To fill the gaps while the RCMP are trying to catch the ever-increasing number of bad guys first time around before they go before a judge and get let out, or a justice of the peace and get let out that afternoon. But if you honk your horn, you stay in jail forever. But there has been some pushback about the Saskatchewan Marshals Service, and I don't really understand why. So maybe maybe you don't, but some people are saying, it's just a waste of money, but at the same time, you can't out of one side of your mouth say there aren't enough police on the street, and then Scott Moe says, okay, we're going to give you this new sort of policing service to help you, and then say, yeah, but don't spend money on that. So I'm trying to figure out what's going on here.
Now, to be fair, I haven't spent probably enough time looking into the criticisms of it because I'm biased, and I think it's a great idea. I think at the end of the day, there's a few problems that come down to policing. As you said, there's federal issues that we don't have jurisdiction over, the catch and release. There's ultimately a bad climate when it comes to the attitude towards police, a lot of that actually just sort of migrated north from the US, as so many of the ideas in Canada do. We think we're so original, but so much of what we think is actually just things that we've seen on American television and American news. So you have this sort of underlying, I guess, distrust of police. You have a lot of people quite just angry at police. You have people claiming racism. You have all of these sorts of things. So the whole culture is amok. And I feel like that's partly where we have to start, is shifting the culture. Often politics isn't the answer. Sometimes we have to shift how people see things. So I think, first of all, working on just shifting hearts and minds towards respecting policing. Now, that's hard to do because we've mentioned with the pandemic, of course, we saw a lot of abuse of power, and we really saw the bullies come out of the woodwork during the pandemic. And so there's a lot of people on the more right-leaning side that have a valid distrust in law enforcement, but I am still very much a back the blue kind of gal. And I know that we need to get back to that because a lot of people aren't going into policing because of that. So we have reduced numbers just based on enrollment, which is a problem. So we need to be innovative on how to get people into those roles. Now, as far as bringing in a more localized force, I'm all for it. I'm always all for a more localized government. And so when you look at the RCMP, I mean, do I even need to say that we've had some issues with morals and ethics and corruption within the RCMP? I think that's a given. That's a no-brainer. I would like to see more local options. People that know the exact demographic that they're serving, they know the exact types of people that are victims of these crimes, and they can work with local authorities, local organizations, and the actual citizens to figure this out. And rural crime is a huge problem in our region as well. The times to get to people are outrageous. People are really afraid. You've got seniors living on old farms that are terrified. I've heard horror stories I won't get into here. We need something. So yeah, it's going to be more money, but it's not about, I'm all for conserving money. Yes, I'm an economic conservative.
Not on this.
Not on this. You spend it where it matters, right? And if this is going to help, and if Alberta is seeing good results, I'm all in. It seems like there's a few things Alberta is doing that we need to just take the lead on. And you're having similar problems to us. You have very similar issues when it comes to rural crime as we do. So yeah, I'm all for it. And maybe I just need to spend more time looking at the other side. I do that on most issues. On this one, I just feel like it's such a no-brainer that I haven't spent the time looking at the valid criticisms of it.
Yeah, I tried. I'm like, okay, so you have rising public crime. Okay, so you need more cops. Okay.
Right.
And then, like, they're saying, but why spend money on this? Because you just complained about public safety. Well, there will be no integration with the RCMP. Okay, can we do that then? Because they do it in Ontario. They're doing it in Alberta. We can figure this out. Like, stop with the excuses and don't pretend like this has never been done before.
Yes, exactly.
I wanted to ask you about Saskatchewan healthcare because the NDP like to prattle on about how terrible Saskatchewan healthcare is, but the NDP, by and large, are supported by the healthcare unions. These are the NDP people who are in charge of the healthcare system that is apparently, according to Carla Beck, so terrible. And so her solution is give me control of my people in the healthcare unions, and thus I will make it better by throwing more money at a problem without considering innovation. Like, I'm not against more money, but I want you to prove to me you are using the money that you already have appropriately, and they just are not. And you are somebody who is a careful watcher of the healthcare system, so tell me what you think.
Basically what you said, it's not about trying to cheap out. It's about recognizing whether the money is being spent properly. It's not about how big the credit card is. It's about how responsible the person holding the credit card is. If you are wasting money, if it's being used in a silly manner, if there's no oversight, and if it's not delivering the results it needs, you have to revamp it and rethink it. Canada spends far more on their healthcare system than most people in the entire world. And yet we have some of the worst wait times in the industrialized world. We are not underspending. That's not our issue. It's not an issue provincially. It's not an issue nationally. And I will consistently say this, it's generally a national problem. The fact that we have universal care is not the issue. It's the fact that we will just not entertain more privatization options, to have a sort of a two-tier option, to give people choices and to have competition. As soon as you bring that up, people lose their mind and they think we're going to become the US, who has admittedly their own problems on a whole different angle. But the best healthcare systems in the world are willing to have both universal, a robust social safety net in healthcare, but also offer different forms of healthcare, including private options. And the statistics speak for themselves. You want to look at who's the healthiest, who's doing the best. And over again, you see it in places like Denmark, you see it in places like Finland, you see it in places like Sweden. What are they doing differently? Did they get rid of universal care? No, they didn't. They made sure that they had both options. And that is just a consistent no-brainer. But we can't have that discussion here because, again, the climate is so against anything privatized because people say it's not fair, when there's a million reasons why that's simply inaccurate. And allowing people options actually opens up a lot more wait lists and more abilities for people to get into sort of a wait list for an MRI, a CT, a surgery, whatever it is. I have accessed private care and we are not rich. But it's interesting, in Canada, you're allowed to spend money and go into debt on whatever you want. You can buy drugs, you can buy booze, you can just be stupid with your money, but you're not allowed to take on debt for healthcare, which I think is really interesting. They consider that to be unfair. Put it back in the hands of the people. And unfortunately, the unions are going to be the staunchest sort of fighters of this. I also think we're going to see that a lot of the people that are pushing NDP right now and that maybe are voting and switching to NDP are going to be your unions, your nurses unions, your teachers unions. It's just, we need to get back to common sense. This is ridiculous, and blaming Scott Moe for the crumbling healthcare is such a silly argument because we can look left and right, west and east of us, and see the exact same problems in every other province. This is a national issue. And basically, Carla Beck came out and cursed essentially Scott Moe's decision to have these private MRI clinics, saying, well, no, you're breaking the law. This is against Health Canada policy. Well, he's trying to do something because people complain about wait time. So you do what you can to reduce it. What are you supposed to do? Your hands are tied when you're dealing with Health Canada. They're extremely strict on regulations. And so I just want to see the whole thing overhauled. I'm a big fan of just opening up the conversation nationally and then allowing the provinces to have autonomy to make those decisions. So if you, Ontario, don't want to deal with it like that, fine. But maybe in Saskatchewan we do, and maybe that will work for us, because right now we've got, I think, 200,000 or so people every year from Canada going to the US. Those are stats from about 2019, so it's probably higher now. And we're giving our money and our hard-earned dollars to the American healthcare system. It could be coming back here to fund all of these beautiful social programs that people like the NDP want to fund. And I'm not sure why more people aren't willing to have that conversation, other than the fear that's been just driven into Canadians of the fear of American healthcare, the horror stories of people dying without care. It doesn't have to be America. There's other countries in the world. And so I think ultimately it does. This one is more of a federal issue, but it's going to come down to allowing the provinces to have the common sense on how to take care of their people, their demographic. What are their wait lists like? What is the lack of surgeons, and training more surgeons, and just allowing more people to thrive here as healthcare workers. I think that's something Sask United has done a good job on. They've touched on a lot of sort of ingenuity and innovation in the healthcare system and allowing more choice, as well as making sure we have a competitive market for doctors and nurses to want to come here and stay here and make it worth braving the cold,
Yeah, there's a funny little moment in the BC debate where David Eby said, oh, don't blame us for the healthcare system, because when wait times get too long and people need life-saving surgery, we just send them to Washington. And I was like, okay, so you're not against private healthcare because you're using it. You just don't want Canadians to use it in Canada. You have absolutely nothing against the efficiency of a private healthcare system. You rely on it actually for the success of your own. They just don't want us to be able to choose it on our own.
It's the autonomy issue, right? It always comes down to bodily autonomy. And over again, we see this in this country. And again, COVID was a fantastic example of that. And you touched on that in your recent segment, the importance of having choice in your healthcare. And this to me should be a no-brainer. And yet for some reason, it just isn't. And it blows my mind the amount of people I've talked to about, say, my experiences with the American healthcare system and the instant defensive, the instant, well, what about the states? Well, what about? Just it's odd. It's like just a propaganda, in and then just spewed out the mouth, and nobody knows why they even believe that. They're just afraid of it. People are so scared. And I mean, we are the founder. My province is proudly the founder of universal care. Tommy Douglas is a revered figure, as he should be, but I don't think he would have been okay with the way the healthcare system is run as it stands. And I think bodily autonomy is extremely important, and that shouldn't even be a political issue. That should be, just a Canadian value, freedom of choice and the ability to make decisions for your body and for your family, and not always need the government babysitting you, hovering over you with excessive amounts of regulation.
Yeah, it used to be universal care. Now it's universal languishing and suffering in a common wait line. That's what you're entitled to now.
Pretty much.
I wanted to ask you about the impact of Sask United. My friend Lise explained to me that this sort of came out of Nadine Wilson being booted from the legislature for, they say, misrepresenting her vaccine status. Somebody stuck a sticker on her that called it a crime. Call in the cops. Somebody stuck a sticker on her.
The worst thing she could ever
do. So I think, as I said to Lisa, I don't think Scott Moe did enough to neutralize Sask United. He should have been making and I realize that he has made some appeal to them, as in, don't waste your vote on Sask United. Help me stave off the NDP. But that's not good enough for people who are making an ethical and moral choice to withhold their vote from the Sask Party. Because the Sask United supporters, who in some ridings might be the kingmaker or the Sask Party killer in some of these close ridings, that's not enough for people who are choosing it out of a matter of conscience. You need to make an appeal to them to say, we understand why you left us. We realize that we did some RCMP horse style stomping on your civil liberties. And we want to promise to you that that's never going to happen again. Heck, even an apology will go a long way, a la Danielle Smith. And there should have been, I think, in this campaign, an appeal to those people and some reassurances, as in promised legislation that it would never happen again. But you're living this, so you tell me.
Well, I'll try not to be long-winded, but no promises.
No,
I don't know that
please do.
brevity was ever my strength. This one
Good.
hits close to home for me. Actually, when I was working for Rebel, I believe I was on a live stream with you when Scott Moe announced that we were leaving the mandates and gave his spiel and his speech. And it was the best thing we'd heard from the very low bar that was set from politicians in this country. And it was sort of an apology, but it really wasn't, Sheila, was it? It was kind of a, let's all forgive each other. Mistakes were made, let's forget about it and move on.
Right.
And while I was grateful that we were the first
who
to
could
get
be
out
responsible? Let's not point fingers. And I'm like, no,
Very
you did it.
Trudeau-esque.
It was you.
Exactly. I didn't do anything. What are you talking about?
Yeah,
It's like
got
Trudeau
nothing. I didn't
telling
do
us-
it. You did it.
Right. Yeah. We all need to apologize for Trudeau being a creep. No, you did.
Yeah.
You did it. I didn't do it. So
Yeah.
it was very non-apology apology. It was better than nothing. And we were all just grasping for anything at that point because everything had gotten so out of hand with these mandates. And so, when it comes to Scott Moe, it's tricky for me because I will forgive because I am a Christian and I am commanded to forgive, but I will not forget. And I don't trust him now. And I'm not alone on that. And that is why Sask United is thriving. Now, we also have the Buffalo Party, but I don't think they're showing as much support as they did 4 years ago. It seems like a lot of that has gone to Sask United. And I think rightly so, because at the end of the day, Nadine Wilson, who is my MLA and someone who I've come to know, she's a lovely gal. She's a woman of great character. She was the one who stood on the steps outside of the Ledge during a rally that I covered for Rebel News and spoke to the people who had lost their jobs and who were terrified of how they were going to feed their kids if they didn't get this jab. And she gave compassion and she gave class and she spoke and apologized. And she tried to even say, hey, the people in that building, they may not be willing to talk to you, but they mean well. I know that in their hearts, they're good people. They're just misguided. And the people out there called for Scott Moe to come and face them, and he wouldn't. And nobody else would. And she was demonized for it. And I think at the end of the day, there is a lot of hurt left over from COVID. It's not over. Even in my own family, my husband's career went sideways because he stood up and said, no, this isn't right. This is wrong. He tried to be a leader. And it was because of the rhetoric of Scott Moe. It's not just that he fell into line. It was the stuff that he said. We're not asking you to storm the beaches of Normandy. It's just a shot. And those words ring in the ears of so many people in this province. Yep. And it's really, really hard to justify giving him a vote if you believe that a candidate deserves your vote only when they've earned it. And I'm totally, I'm worried as well about the vote splitting. It's a very valid argument. And yes, Scott Moe is not the worst option. He's obviously eons better than so many other premiers in our country. But it's tough because when you look at all of the stuff he's finally speaking out on, including, but not limited to, the gender issues going on in schools, he didn't really say anything until the Sask United started to speak out. And we saw that epic sort of show up for John in the by-election in Lumsden. And then suddenly the Sask party saying, oh, maybe we should dive into this. And so it's good to have a party that's sharpening the, iron sharpening iron. We need someone to hold these conservatives that are super squishy and milquetoast. We need them to hold them to account. And Sask United has done that. They've also done a pretty good job of just becoming a serious party. They put the work in, they've got the candidates, they've put the effort in, they've done the constitution, they've made themselves a serious contender, and I give them credit for that. I do, on the other hand, understand the concern about vote splitting. And yes, Scott Moe could have fixed this by just showing a little humility, which makes me wonder if he's either clueless about this or if he just doesn't feel it at all. Too many people in this country have said, it's over, get over it. It's not over. Right. People that are injured from the vax, it's not over for them. People that have lost their careers, it's not over for them. People in lawsuits. So I think it's just a matter of having sensitivity to how rank he was, quite frankly. That's not a really very professional term, but it was awful to hear someone pushing forth this demonization. We're done. We don't have patience with you. You're the reason we're not back to normal. And to never say, hey, I'm sorry, we were wrong. We made a mistake. That's all people wanted. And is that enough reason to split the vote? I guess I'll let the viewers decide that. But that is why we're seeing the vote splitting that we have. It's because of the actions of the Sask party.
I mean, I don't blame a single person who would vote for Sask United on that one single issue. And I think if Jason Kenney in Alberta had been the leader of the United Conservative Party in the last election, that party would have lost.
I agree.
It had to jettison him because there were a lot of lifelong, true blue, bleed blue conservatives who could not bring themselves to cast a vote for him because of his actions and his lies during the pandemic. And I know there's some of that happening in Saskatchewan. And as Lise points out, if it's too close for comfort, I think even if Scott Moe gets reelected, I think the party itself should consider a change in leadership. There's a lot of baggage here. And he did a good job neutralizing the Buffalo Party with the Saskatchewan First Act. He sort of took the wind out of the sails of the separatist movement there by doing that. And he could have done some of that with the Sask United, as Danielle Smith is doing with her entrenching vaccination rights into the Alberta Bill of Rights. Something could have been done to address this issue. But it was just like, just forget about it and move on and pretend that everybody who was harmed was hard of remembering.
That's right. As though it didn't really happen, as though we're all just gaslit into what's the big deal? It was just
a half a decade
doing it. Yeah. No big whoop. Oh, it's your career. Whatever. Yeah. Just get over it. Get over it. I think that's the attitude that is leaving a sour taste in people's mouths. And a lot of the people voting, I mean, there is an element, as you had discussed earlier, of people that just don't realize, okay, this could be really bad under the NDP. Don't you remember, or are you too young to remember? And I'm sort of in the middle. I remember some of the NDP years, but I know just from talking to older relatives, it can get really bad. So obviously we want to make sure that doesn't happen here. But the other side of the coin is people that are just truly principled. And this was a big issue. This is a sort of single issue for them. And they just don't trust him. And so, yes, a change in leadership would probably be helpful, since we didn't get any sort of admitting or any sort of humility or just saying, hey, sorry, I messed up. Give me another chance. You see that with Danielle Smith. She's doing an excellent job repairing the damage, or trying to repair that damage. That just hasn't happened here. So you just sort of leave there's a hurricane that goes through, and then you just pretend like all of the damage and all of the buildings aren't demolished and everything's just fine, move on like nothing happened, nothing to see here. That attitude isn't going to fly with a lot of people. And I'm very curious to see how that translates into actual tangible votes. There's also, of course, a lot of people that just don't vote and a lot of sort of normies that don't follow politics. So I'm just curious to see how big of a dent is this going to make. I'm hoping, obviously, it doesn't split the vote. They don't have enough, I don't think, to ever actually form government. But they certainly are making a point. And maybe if nothing else, it might help to shift policy in the future, whether Mo is leading or not. I'd like to see them constantly pushing the edge of the sort of envelope so that we are seeing better policy, ethical policy. And so what happened before never happens again. And I continuously just appreciate Danielle Smith's approach to this and the Bill of Rights. It's so beautiful. We've considered a relocation to Alberta, as well as my husband has done different jobs while he waits to hopefully get his career back on track. We're not opposed to that either, as long as they stay common sense. I don't like how many people voted NDP in Alberta, but ultimately they didn't win. So I like what she's doing. And I think it's just an attitude. It's so easy to just be normal and have some humility. That's all anybody wants at this point, is just less of the nonsense, less of the bureaucracy, less of the robotics. Just talk to people like they're human. And if you feel like you did something wrong, say it. People will respect you more for it. They won't demonize you for it.
Yeah, look, we forgave Jason Kenney the first time he locked us down. He came out, apologized, and then we're like, no, it's okay, big guy. No, it's fine. And then he did it again. And then it was like knives are out.
Yeah.
I regret that Albertans did not organize some sort of Albertans for Saskatchewan movement where we told you the tales, the dark days of the NDP here in Alberta. I mean,
look, you guys had your share too.
Right. If Kathleen Wynne and Rachel Notley can go to the United States to campaign for Kamala Harris, surely us Albertans could have told you our tales of woe and unemployment and business closures and companies leaving Canada and then taking the word Canada out of the name of the company to release themselves of the stigma of ever having worked in Rachel Notley's Alberta. I mean, there are plenty of people who could have done that. And I think it was another missed opportunity on behalf of us Albertans. Before I let you go, because I know we only have you till 9:00, I want your prediction for tonight, please.
Well, I don't have specific numbers. I'm not, as Tucker Carlson likes to say, I'm not very good at predicting stuff, so don't ask me. I have all these opinions, but it's just not my forte. But hey, we'll go for it. I think Sask Party is going to win. I think it's 17 votes, or 17 more MLAs are going to need to actually get a majority for this NDP, and I don't see that happening. There have been some shifts. We've seen some issues recently with the teachers union. I even saw regular non-political people fighting because some of the stuff going on with the strikes was affecting sports events, and you do not mess with people's sports. And suddenly everybody's petitioning on Facebook, and I'm seeing people that have never said a peep about politics, right? Mad about it. So, I mean, that might have shifted some opinions. You might see the NDP get a few more votes. I think Lise was right on that. But I think for the most part, we're probably just going to end up going conservative again. If you look at a map, if you look at history, if you look at just how generally people vote here, we're pretty conservative. I don't think enough has changed in the last few years to really swing that many people to make that big of a difference to the NDP. But I do think they'll win a few votes back. And I maybe we'll get see a seat for the Sask United Party. Maybe not. Maybe they'll just make a bit of a dent. It's hard to say. I don't think they'll split the vote in too many ridings. I believe they kept candidates out of some of the really sort of more, I guess, precarious ridings. Yeah, so we'll see. But I'm going to say ultimately Sask Party is probably going to get in again. And then all of us conservatives can breathe a sigh of relief in that we won't be dealing with a Notley type government for the next 4 years. But I mean, I could be proven wrong in a few hours, right?
Oh gosh, you guys don't want your own Notley. And Carla Beck has strong Notley vibes. Strong.
Oh, very strong, very strong. Likes to pretend that she's sort of on board with some of the conservative stuff. And I'm not gonna, I'm against the carbon tax. And tries to kind of bridge that gap, but you just know that that's not actually how she's thinking. The federal NDP and the Sask NDP and all of the provincial NDPs are way too similarly linked in ideology, and it's a little bit nerve-wracking. So I don't believe
they're officially linked. Like they're the same party.
Yeah, well, exactly. Yeah, exactly.
There's I don't think we should ever write the Sask United Party off, and I'll tell you why. What just happened in British Columbia. 52 weeks ago, the Conservative Party of BC was not a thing. It was just like a dream in somebody's mind of 100 years of this center right, and then just radical progressivism going back and forth. That's the best that they could ever do in British Columbia. And then out of nowhere, John Rustad takes a party that was just like a vague idea, a fog in someone's mind, and very nearly forms government. I think the election was sort of called for the NDP today, although I'm not sure it should have been because of this whole David Eby Chinese advisor stuff hanging around that everybody should have known about, I don't know, 2 weeks ago when elections are being decided by half a dozen votes. I think people should have known about that 2 weeks ago. I felt like strangling Sam Burr over it today.
No kidding.
But, like, I don't think that was the long way around, but I don't think we should write off Sask United, because what is a challenge in some ridings today might be a party that has given everybody a run for its money. And I'm not saying it might be in the same form, but 4 years can change a lot of things. A year can change a lot of things.
It certainly can. And I mean, honestly, John Romick did so good in that by-election in Lumsden. He got, I think, about 23% of the vote. He beat the NDP, and nobody saw that coming. So it's really hard to say. At the end of the day, we were called a fringe minority by federal politicians, and, we were kind of laughed at nationwide as anybody who had any sort of a moral stance that wasn't just the norm, the mainstream during COVID. And there's a lot of people that, we speak to people that kind of just went along and did what they had to do. They got the jab, but they didn't want to. They just had to work, or they wanted to go on a vacation, but they're really upset about how things have went down. And I think there's a lot more people, just like there were in Canada, as the trucker convoy so beautifully showed. This is not a fringe minority. This is a huge amount of people uniting and saying, hey, you guys are bullies and this is wrong. I'm very curious to see if we're going to find that tonight, that more people in Saskatchewan are coming out and saying, hey, I'm not real vocal about it on social media. I might not talk about it at the dinner table, but I don't like the way things have been going, and I'm going to give these guys a chance. So it's really an interesting election, because it's not just deciding who's going to lead the individual ridings and the province. It's also sort of a gauge of where, again, the cultural side of things are. What is the temperature? We're taking the temperature of Saskatchewan residents. How much has the woke parasitic mind virus really eaten away at the brains of the people in this province? Or are we still a good old-fashioned common sense bastion of sanity, hopefully trying to be sort of the Florida of Canada alongside the lovely Alberta, of course? I think that's going to be the big question mark for me, is just how are people thinking? Where are people's heads at, even though they're not always talking about it? Because a lot of people are just, they're quiet about it. They don't talk politics. They don't talk religion. You do your job and you put your head down and vote. I'd like to know how many people are feeling just really frustrated with the status quo and other issues with Mo's government. There's been some weird scandals that have come out with the MLAs, and there's other stuff going on that people might be frustrated with, or they don't trust him for other reasons. So yeah, I'm not going to discount them either. And I think just watching what happened in the Lumsden by-election is just enough reason to really sit back and pay attention.
Yeah, and for me, I mean, it's my consideration is, do I just continue to build a little compound for my family here, or do I consider creating an internally displaced person's camp so I can take it on my friends, Lise and Kelly and their families from Saskatchewan. Kelly, thanks so much for hopping on. You've been with us nearly an hour. It's been way too long. And I hope we have you back on again very soon.
Yes, thank you so much for having me. It was a very enjoyable discussion. Would like to see you in person again one of these days as well.
Yeah,
I can make it over the pond. Surely I can make it to Alberta.
That's right. Come to Fort Saskatchewan. It'll feel very familiar.
Perfect.
Great. Can we, we'll do an ad read. Boy, it's good to see Kelly again. For those of you who followed her coverage during the pandemic, boy, she was working hard for people who were hurt by lockdowns as best she could. Our next, do we have an ad read? Yes, we do. This is from Positive, and Positive, that's PAWSITIVE, paw, as in paws on the dog that sits under my desk as I broadcast. If you have a dog, and you know I do, we've all been there, our pup goes from full of energy to sick and miserable in an instant and at the worst of times. Then we're calling vets in the middle of the night or on the weekends trying to find a clinic that will take us in. It's a terrible way to manage your dog's health, not to mention your stress levels and your monthly budget. That's why people are getting the Pet Emergency Kit by Positive. It contains critical medications and supplies that can not only keep you out of the veterinary office, your dog out of the veterinary office. Although with Canadian healthcare, maybe it might be best if you go to the vet. That's why people are getting the Pet Emergency Kit by Positive. It contains critical medications and supplies that can not only keep you out of the veterinary office, but also save your dog's life. Their kit contains critical medications like activated charcoal, styptic powder, and more. It might just save your dog's life. Head on over to positive.com and use code STUDIO to get 15% off your Pet Emergency Kit. And Positive is PAW, like a paw on your puppy. That's positive.com. Okay, let's do a Rebel News ad break. And then, well, the results are starting to roll in. So we'll touch on those. Very exciting.
Hi, everybody. As you know, every year we do a fundraiser for Rebel News that's super fun. It's a Rebel News cruise. We all go on a cruise ship together. We have dinner with each other. We have seminars when the ship's at sea, like Q&A sessions. And the rest of the time is your own. It's a vacation. It's a way to connect with other Rebel News enthusiasts. It's a way to check in with me and Sheila Gunn Reid and Drea Humphrey and David Menzies. Tons of Rebels are on the trip, and at the end of the day, it's a way to keep Rebel News strong because there's a little extra added to the cost, which is how we float the boat here at Rebel News. It's a fundraiser. Here's the next Rebel News cruise in case you've always wanted to go on one. It sets sail out of Vancouver June 18th, 2025. It's a week-long, June 18 to 2025, and it's Vancouver to Alaska. So it's a lot easier to get to than a Caribbean cruise where you have to fly to Florida to set sail. Starts in Vancouver, where I'll greet you, Sheila, David, Alexa Lavoie, Drea Humphrey. It's a super fun trip. I've done it before. We go to Skagway, which is where the gold rush started. We go to Glacier National Park, which is as beautiful as it sounds. Go to rebelnewscruise.com to learn more, to check the pricing, and to book your cabin. Just let me rattle off some of the details of the places we're going. It's called the Alaska Inside Passage Cruise. If you know what that means, you go up right along the coast. It's on Holland America, so it's nice. It's the MS Zandam. That's the name of the ship. Obviously, we start off in Vancouver, next to the Tracy Arm Inlet, then Juneau, the capital of Alaska, Skagway, by far my favorite city. It's amazing. Then Glacier Bay. Maybe the most beautiful place I've ever been in my life. Back to Ketchikan and then down to Vancouver. If you like cruising, this is a super way to do it with fellow travelers, ideologically speaking. If you've never cruised before, this is a great way to start. And if you've been on Rebel News cruises, well, you don't want to miss this one. Again, for details, go to rebelnewscruise.com. It's next June, so just under a year away, but not too soon to order and to get the early bird discount. I'll see you at sea.
All right, friends, the votes are just starting to trickle in Saskatchewan. Olivia, which page are we going to bring up? The general election unofficial results from Saskatchewan. Okay, here we go. Total votes counted 18,000, not a ton, but 22 seats the Saskatchewan Party is leading in. The New Democrats are leading in 4. Now this is super early. And as you know, they're hand counting these bad boys. So these look like probably results from rural ridings, if I had to guess, just because of how heavy they are for the Saskatchewan Party and how quickly they're coming in. So these are probably ridings from just rural, and these numbers could change drastically once we hit Regina and parts of Saskatoon. Regina, you confuse me. Why do you send such incredible conservative politicians to the House of Commons and then vote crazy for the NDP because you are a government city? I just don't understand you. Do you think that provides balance? The government that's closest to home is the government that is harshest on you. Never forget that. Okay, let's, while we wait on some more definitive results, let's reminisce about let's go back to the debate. Let's do that. Lise touched on this, and we talked about this during the debate between Scott Moe and Carla Beck of the NDP. It's clip number 4. Oh, there's Lise is back.
I missed you.
Well, I was just going to show a clip that when Scott Moe did the joke in the debate, and it's something you touched on when you're like, high school's over and like 4 of my 5 friends are headed off to Alberta. Scott Moe did the joke in the debate. So we have that clip, and then we'll talk about the results and where I think they're coming from. And then we'll talk more about some things as we wait on these results to roll in. So clip number 4, Olivia.
All of the above approach to ensure that all sectors in this economy are thriving, and the benefits, the amazing opportunity is available to all people in this province, not just a select few. That has been Scott Moe's record.
17,000 people getting a job this past year are not a select few. That's creating a job every 30 minutes. In fact, by the time we're done our debate tonight, there will be 2 jobs created in this province. I would say under the NDP, there was also a job created every 30 minutes, but the challenge was it was in Alberta and our children had to move there to get that job. Things have changed. Saskatchewan now is creating jobs right here by attracting that investment. That is going to continue should we have the honor of forming government on October the 28th.
He did the joke. He did the joke.
He did it.
The early results are rolling in. We've got,
what do we got?
23
for Sask
ridings.
Party.
Sask Party leading in 23. New Democrats leading in 3. Sask United, okay, but I'm concerned that these are rural ridings because of how quickly and how substantially the Saskatchewan Party vote is coming in. This could very quickly change once results from like downtown Regina start coming.
Regina come in. Yeah, Regina, Saskatoon. Yeah.
Very scary.
Yeah.
Very scary. Let's continue to reminisce from the some of the greater things that let's go through some of this together. So yeah, these are all rural. Batoche, Cannigan, Kenora, Pelly, Carrot, River Valley, Hut Knife, Turtleford. That's oil country. Novus moving rigs out there. We've got Cypress Hills. Again, Cypress Hills sends some excellent people to the House of Commons. Dakota, Arm River, Estevan. Estevan never fails. Hey,
Humboldt, good people of Estevan would never. The good people of Estevan know what's good.
It's funny because you can tell where the oil patch is. Kindersley, Bigger.
Yeah, that's a Sask Party stronghold. It's not going anywhere. Yeah,
Lloydminster seems a little low, but it's early days.
Yeah,
Lumsden
more. So this one is going to be interesting, and actually, so is Lloydminster is this. We're going to look at the Sask United Party in Lumsden More.
Lumsden.
Simply because that is where the Sask United Party leader is running in that riding. in Lumsden Morse. So 55, 70 to 14, 4 of 31. So it's really, really early. Yeah. Martinsville, Claremore is right outside Saskatoon. Not reporting yet.
Moose Jaw, I think, are the ridings to watch because sometimes they go NDP, do they not?
Yeah, traditionally they were NDP, but they've been Sask Party for the last number of years. So it looks like they're way out in front in Mooseman, Montmartre. That's good to see. That's good to see. Prince Albert. Prince Albert. Oh, what is this? Go skip the dishes. Is that our girl?
My kids skipped the dishes from the kitchen delivery. It's a plateful, if you must know, it's a plateful of bacon, smoked turkey, and that's it.
I'm so jealous right now.
That's how I eat.
Jealous.
All right, let's keep going.
Sheila Gunn Reid doesn't do carbs, okay, people? She does not do carbs. Never, ever.
No.
We are good, though. We're good together because I'll eat the bun that she
do them all. You'll do them all. If
we're
I
like,
can
Jack,
have your pickle, you can have my bread.
That's what we do. That's exactly what we do. This is why we're such a good team. So Regina's, yeah, we're going to want to watch those for NDP popping up right away, but looks like they're still, it's 9:18. They got to be coming in any second.
Except Saskatchewan Elections put out a little video saying, and it's a beautiful video because there's a big red circle with a line through it around a vote counter, of electronic vote tabulator. They say that they're not using them. So these are all hand counting, which I think is probably the most secure way of doing things. They told us in BC it would happen faster. And here we are some 10 days later, possibly maybe getting results today. Although I think it's going to end up in a judicial recount, I think, in some of these ridings.
While we wait for the slowest donkey mail to arrive with all of the mail-in ballots in BC, you got to wonder what the hell is going on with their shipping and overnighting in BC. Yeah. But, well, I digress.
Well, it's Saskatchewan. What is it? 2 old sows in a stone boat.
Yes.
So they're bringing the mail in.
Yes.
We
still do things here.
Let's go to video 6. Premier Scott Moe's closing remarks to the people of Saskatchewan during the TV debate. It made me want to vote for him. Let's watch that while we wait.
Thank you to all that have joined us at our provincial legislature this evening. Tonight, you heard 2 very different plans for our province of Saskatchewan. The Saskatchewan Party plan for a strong economy and a very bright future, and the NDP plan that will mean higher taxes for you, and it will mean decline, loss, and closure for our province, just like the last time the NDP formed government. Our plan will make life more affordable for students, for seniors, for homeowners, for families, and for everyone that lives here, by reducing your taxes, leaving more money in your pockets for you to spend. The NDP plan is going to take your money so that they can spend it. Our plan will keep our economy growing, more jobs, more opportunities, more investments, and more export opportunities. All of these things make our Saskatchewan community strong. The NDP plan will simply take us back to a time of decline, loss, and closures, losing people, jobs, and opportunities to other provinces, closing schools and hospitals, and raising your taxes, just like the last time they were in government. So you have an important choice to make on October the 28th. Saskatchewan is a great province, and we have come so far together in the last few years. There is more work to be done for sure, and the Saskatchewan Party has a plan to get that work done. On Election Day, I hope you will vote for a strong economy and a bright future with the Saskatchewan Party. Thank you.
Caught me eating bacon.
Caught me vaping. Bacon and vaping. That's in a nutshell right there.
Moe. Pardon me.
It's okay.
I thought I had longer. I thought he was longer-winded than that.
He's not. He's a real prudent man when it comes to words. And he only says what needs to be said. And that's it. No more. Not even if you beg him.
Now, it looks like if the Sask party takes half the seats in Regina and half the seats in Saskatoon, they should be okay. Is that about right? 5 and 5?
Yeah, that would be ideal. That would be real ideal. Yeah. And especially because the Regina and Saskatoon seats have some of the more experienced MLAs in those chairs. And so it would be really, really great to retain that sort of brain trust that would come with those seats if they were to be able to retain them in Regina and Saskatoon. So
all right. Let's go to one thing that was important to you and me, and it is a key platform of your school board candidacy, and that's Scott Moe and his, first of all, his enshrining of parental rights into law, and then his use of the notwithstanding clause to protect those parents' rights from busybody legal challenges from a bunch of highly litigious groomers and their union friends. We've got a video of Scott Moe explaining why he did that, because I think it goes without saying, but hear it from the man himself.
The notwithstanding clause is not utilized often in this province, utilized much more often in a province like Quebec. And listen, maybe just a comment with respect to the notwithstanding clause. It was part of those very charter discussions advocated on by the premiers at the time of Saskatchewan and Alberta, because there was, as those rights that were included under the charter were being discussed, there was other rights that were identified as well that were not included under the charter. And it was also identified that at some point in the future, there could be the collision of these charter protected rights and other rights that are important to Saskatchewan residents and to Canadian residents as well. And when those rights collide, the notwithstanding clause was provided to ensure that the elected government of the day would be able to make the decision on as to which of those rights would be in effect for the people that they ultimately represent. And in this case, that's the rights of a parent to ensure they're involved in their children's decision, bring our parents closer to our children's classrooms, schools, and ultimately make for a more reactionary and more responsive education system in the province.
I'm going to make a bold prediction. Okay, I'm going to make a bold prediction. During this campaign, it was revealed that two gender nonconforming boys were displacing 160 girls in a rural Saskatchewan elementary school. And the Sask party came out and said, so look, if we're reelected on election day in Saskatchewan, our first order of business is going to be to declare that in every Saskatchewan school, you're going to go in the change room that is dictated by your biology. And if God willing that happens, the Saskatchewan Party is going to have to wield the notwithstanding clause again. Okay, just like I've been saying, they should be normalizing the notwithstanding clause on every single law. Use it all the time. We're just going to pull a whole Quebec in Saskatchewan over this. But then the Saskatchewan Parental Bill of Rights will have to be amended to include more rights. And one of the things that I hope that they include is anti-doxing legislation built into the back end of the Saskatchewan Parents' Bill of Rights. Because I said this in June 2023 in a piece in the National Post that I was quoted in. And I said the reason why parents aren't speaking up about these things is because it inherently makes their children vulnerable. And we have seen that in Saskatchewan. We have seen the activist classes absolutely whipped into a hot, frothy bother over parents having the ability to advocate in the best interests of their own children. And we have to see increased protections for families, because if you are a parentophobe, that is a word, if you are a parentophobe, if you would attack parents and families, if you would denigrate publicly parents and families, or if you would do anything to get in the way of a parent advocating on behalf of their own children, you should not work in public education, and there should be harsh penalties for those that dare. And that's what we've seen in Saskatchewan. I mean, since this last whole thing has unraveled in our province, since October of last year. So.
Well, and we shouldn't think for a moment that the sorts of people who would transition your child behind your back, that they wouldn't be as equally vindictive toward parents who would say, the hell you're going to do stuff behind my back, that they won't take out their political petty squabbles onto kids who are just trying to go to school.
Of course they would. And they have. The end. One of the moms, so just preceding the Balgoni change room scandal was another education-related scandal in the small town of White City, Emerald Park. That's just east of Regina proper. In a French immersion classroom, a substitute teacher in a grade 2-3 class showed a grossly inappropriate French language music video. And in this music video, it showed men running with humongous, gigantic, prosthetic bare breasts. It showed vulgarity. It showed gynecological speculums. I mean, it was just so grossly. These are like 7 and 8-year-old kids. And the school has reacted so horribly to the parents that took issue with this. Oh, and also, by the way, this substitute teacher that was teaching this class, like, has migraine headaches, so turns all the lights off so the kids have to sit in the dark all day. She was suspended for 2 days and came back into the classroom and told the kids that they're all tattletales and it's about to be the worst year of their lives at school. School division did nothing. Instead of standing up for the parents, they upheld this substitute French teacher, and the parents have had to, I mean, quickly try and figure out how to pivot to homeschooling or pivot their kids out of the school. And I mean, there are no protections when it comes to overreaching parents in Saskatchewan. We really need a way to get rid of these teachers on the first infraction if they violate the boundaries to that extent. That is what we need to have happen here. So I expect big things from the Sask Party. I expect really big things from the Sask Party.
Well, and that
as it pertains to this.
Well, and that is exactly why there's that legal challenge to the notwithstanding clause in Saskatchewan. It's not about removing the notwithstanding clause. They know they can't.
Yep.
What they want is, because they are challenging the law, they want the law ruled
unconstitutional.
Ruled unconstitutional, but operational.
Yes.
Because they want the teachers who are planning very much to not abide by the Parents' Bill of Rights to escape any sort of professional consequences for transitioning your child at school behind your back or showing them this grossly inappropriate sexualized content. So they want to make sure that they're going to be able to do it and not get fired, which basically kneecaps the Parents' Bill of Rights. Because even if the law is operational, what does it matter if nobody's getting in trouble for breaching it?
No, really. And there are teachers that have been on record in our newspaper saying, I'm not abiding by this. If a child comes out to me, then my fiduciary duty is to that child, and I'm not going to do. And then when they were further pressed, well, has this ever happened? They're like, no, but if it ever does, I'm not going to follow I'm not going to follow the Parental Bill of Rights. No way. I'm just going to do my thing. And these are young, idealistic, 20-somethings with no children of their own who are saying out loud under their real names that they are going to break the law. Yeah. And unless there are consequences to these really hideous and destructive and damaging ideologies that are really infesting public schools throughout Canada, there is not going to be a stop to it. There is not. But I do know that there are people at the Sask Party who really believe in the tenet that when there is a will, there is a way, and they are going to find a way through this for us. So it's promising in any case.
It's so funny because if I went to these, that's the thing about this, is that this is largely done by childless marms and gay men who are teachers. Self-sterilized people, or people who don't have children because of climate change, overpopulation, whatever. They see us as a plague upon the face of the earth. And so they don't have children of their own, and like zombies and or vampires, they have to infect your child with their pernicious disease by biting it, because that's the only way that they proliferate the species, their species. You know, I was going to say they would want a special jail for somebody like me if I just like said, oh, come with me, little children, for 7 hours today, and I'm going to tell you about our Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ, and the benefits of appropriate gender roles. They would want a special jail for me if I did that. But they can have exclusive access to your child for 7 hours a day to do and say whatever they want, and they want to do it all in secrecy. So creepy.
Yeah, no, I'm all for cameras and I'm all for a cell phone ban in
Nanny
schools,
cam
but
these
then
people.
that's that is where we're at, Sheila Gunn Reid. That is where we're at for a generation of parents, I guess, who lived through COVID on Zooms. You can't tell. Like, I asked my husband the other day, I was like, if we had like some sort of closed camera situation into our kids' classrooms, like, would you watch? He would be like, yeah, I'd just stream it all day, every day. I mean, I would just have it on its own monitor
under the corner of my eye.
Yeah, that's it. But I mean, if you have nothing to hide, then you have nothing to fear. It is the ones that have everything to hide that have everything to fear. And so, at our last meeting in the school, it didn't escape our attention that there's a little button cam on the top of our twins' grade 4 classroom, and I went, I wonder if we couldn't get that baby fired up for the parents. I mean, it would be pretty easy to administer, and who knows, I'm running for school board, I could make that a reality.
Put a body cam on your kid.
Right, that's where we're at. Yeah, that's exactly where we're at.
Just an what are those, an Apple tag on your on your kid and a nanny cam. We should go to the results. We've got 26% of the results are in, and they are breaking as predicted in Regina and Saskatoon. So things are going to get real close real fast here. Even though it's not reflected up here quite yet. Down there it's getting that way. So right now we've got 26% of the vote in. Sask Party is leading in 27 by a long shot in those 27. But we're getting into the urban areas, and so the New Democrats are going to start to catch up. So we'll breeze through rural Saskatchewan, which is doing what rural Saskatchewan do, and that's vote Conservative.
They're the best. Look at them. What beauties. Look at those beauties.
Yeah. Now that is a big swath of orange up there, but it's largely, what is that, 1 or 2 ridings? Like, it's not a lot because nobody lives up there. It's 2 ridings. Nobody lives up there. So don't stress. It doesn't mean the whole province is orange. There's nobody up there. There's like 7 buffalo and 12 people. And so it's fine. Don't worry. Look at Cypress Hills doing the right thing. 3,000 votes. They're just absolutely dwarfing the NDP. Now we go down to
Cypress Hills. That's where Brad Wall lives, Cypress Hills area.
Is he? He's in Speedy Creek still.
Yeah. Well, it's same area, pretty much.
Yeah.
Pretty much.
Okay, so Regina Mount Royal is coming in for the NDP.
That is not surprising.
Yeah, Regina Northeast is still very close, and these are just early numbers because we still have polls that aren't even returning anything yet.
Polls. Yeah.
Regina Walsh Acres, that's going to the NDP again. Early.
Yeah.
Then we get into.
Hey, you know who that is? That's Jared Clark. That's Jared Clark, who's 2 Regina Walsh Acres. So that's one that we're going to want to watch. That's one that we're going to want to watch. And that one was only turned over in a by-election like 2 years ago. The old Sask Party MLA, his name was Derek Myers. He, tragically passed away of cancer at age like 42. And so they had a by-election. That's when Jared Clark won Regina Walsh Acres. But that's one we're for sure going to want to watch.
Then we've got Saskatoon Mewasin. That's dead heat, dead tie. Again, like 3 of 12 polls.
Okay.
Swift Current, it's the home of the walls. That's not unexpected. And then we end up again in the rural areas. So how does Yorkton vote?
Conservative. Yeah,
Seems
conservative.
about right.
Yeah.
So I don't know. Well, oh, I guess they just refreshed. And did you see that, Olivia Efron? It refreshed. Saskatchewan Party's leading in
That's nice.
30 ridings. But again, we're waiting on Saskatchewan or for Regina and Saskatoon. So things could go sideways real fast. Sask United, let's check in on them. Where are they doing? Okay. Again, they're not in places that are going to make enough difference. I'm worried about them splitting the vote in places like Saskatoon.
Yeah.
But we'll see. Yeah. And so far, so good. They're not having that much of an impact on the Sask Party vote. So that's a bit of a relief, right?
Good. Yeah.
All right.
Yeah. Because I think that was the big fear. That was the big fear.
Friends out there in virtual world, can I ask you to send some messages of moral support in the live stream to our friends in Toronto who are now approaching their, when did you guys start? You guys are approaching your 14th hour in the office today, I believe. It's 11:38 p.m. in Toronto, where the control team is, Efron and Olivia. If you have some messages of love and support or a super chat that you want to send their way so that Lise and I can read it on air, do that, because I feel like they're probably having a little pizza party, if I had to guess. Knowing Efron and Olivia, they probably skipped in some pizza to keep the furnaces fueled, but it is an intensely long day and they've got to get up and do it all again tomorrow because the news and the scandals never stop. So if you've got some nice messages, send them in some chats and we will read them on air.
Thank you. Thank you, Efren and Olivia, for making us look and sound amazing and for putting in these really long hours. We love you. We love you, kids.
Okay, we've got actually a chat from, I think this is Coke Toe. I want to say it's Coke Toe. Gives us $1 small tip for the Rebels. Well, thank you so much. Maduza CA, this is chatter from last time too. I agree, Sheila. I'm in Regina and I voted Saskatchewan Party. Well, thank goodness you did.
Well done, Nabes.
Mighty Mouse 327, $10. For me, I have a question for Sheila. Would you ever consider running for office in Alberta? No. Unlike my friend Lise, who is running for public office, and she's running for the Regina Public School Board. And as soon as election madness wraps up and the American election wraps up, I'm jumping in my Jeep and I'm coming to Saskatchewan. I'm going to help because I've never endorsed a politician in my life, but I firmly endorse my friend Lise as the best choice for Regina Public School Board because she'll kick those teachers right off her lawn. But I wouldn't. Go ahead.
But you would never consider it, Sheila, because I did before this moment in time. I never would consider it either, because this is no secret. I like working in media too much. Like I love finding little threads of stories and just pulling on those little threads because they unravel. Right? Like they unravel with very, very little effort once you start pulling on them. But it's not like I'm going to stop. Even if I'm elected, I'm not going to stop working on our good little stories and on our fun times in media. But I never considered it either. But I mean, somebody had to do something. That is where I was at. It's like Regina Public Schools got to be such a place that a whole bunch of people had to stand up, and I was just like, okay, I'll be one of them. I'll just be one of them.
I realized that Ezra Levant probably would love to run a puppet campaign where I'm the puppet, and he would love. I know he would love to see, like, there were rumblings of a senatorial campaign because, as you know, in Alberta we elect our senators, and I would never have been chosen by Justin Trudeau to be a senator. Of course, I would languish as a senator in waiting. But I think we probably could have moved enough votes in the right direction with a few emails. But I just don't want to be a politician. Somebody has to hold them to account.
That's true.
I'm a reluctant journalist. I didn't want to be a journalist till Ezra was like, no, you're doing journalism. Like that stuff you're doing on the internet all the time, making all that trouble and nuking all those people's campaigns back in 2015. That's the stuff the media is supposed to do. You're doing it, and then they're reporting on you doing their job. Why don't you just do their job? And I was like, oh, fine. And so that was in 2015.
Isn't that so true though? It's like that's how we got started in all of this. Was sitting on, it was then called Twitter, now it's called X, joking back and forth to each other and making fun of our respective provinces and the crazy things that the politicians were doing and saying. And then the next thing you know, into traditional media we go. And then the next thing you know, here we are, 10, 12, 13, 15 years later. It's crazy the way that a full circle moment. That's exactly it. No, but it's just the wildest turn of events, which is why we just encourage everybody to get on X and start.
You're a journalist. Trouble. You're a journalist. If you are, journalism is a thing you do, not an exclusive guild you join of nerds who try to control access to politicians. So I like the job that I do, and a lot of my work is mentoring younger journalists or people who are coming into journalism, normals who are trying to learn it, because how I learned it was Ezra was like, I think you're doing journalism. Here's a camera, read the owner's manual. And I was like, okay. And here I am some 9 years later. But so I want other people to have an easier start than I did. So I try to mentor the more intellectually curious amongst you. Anyway, so that's that. I've got a quick ad read from Sticker Pack, and then we'll go and check the results. So vape if you need to, Lise. Okay. All right, this is your time. So special message from stickerpack.com. Are you ready to show your support in style? Sticker Mule has a fantastic offer just for you. For a limited time, you can grab free Trump stickers. Yes, you heard that right. Free Trump stickers. Whether you want to decorate your laptop, your car, your Sprinter van, your office space, these high quality durable stickers are perfect for making a statement. Just imagine how great they'll look, and they're super easy to apply. Here's how it works. Head over to Sticker Pack, that's PAC, like Political Action Committee.com. Sign up and claim your free stickers and watch the fun unfold. Don't miss out on this exclusive offer. Stock is limited, so act fast, spread the word, and let your voice be heard with Sticker Mule's awesome stickers. Once again, visit stickerpack.com today and grab your free Trump stickers before they're gone. So I think we're caught up on the chats. Let's check these election results. We've got 40% of the voting stations reporting. And Saskatchewan Party. Gotcha. Saskatchewan Party.
Frank.
Dang it, Livia. Saskatchewan Party is leading in 31% of the ridings.
Okay.
New Democrats leading in 13. Let's scroll down and watch Regina. Again, we've got a bunch still not reporting. Regina Douglas Park, Regina Coronation Park, Regina Elphinstone Center. Is that how it's
Elphinstone Center? Yeah.
What's going to the NDP? Mount Royal, NDP. Regina Northeast, still within 20 votes. Regina Pasqua.
Yeah.
Is Sask Party so far with half reporting.
Okay.
Regina, is that Rockdale?
Rochdale.
Okay. We're saying it the Prairie way, are we?
Yes.
So that's super close. 4 votes.
Oof. Ooh.
Regina
3
South
out of 11.
Albert,
We took that time. Yep.
Regina University, still NDP, Regina Walsh Acres, Regina Wascana Plains. That's real close. Wascana, is that Andrew Scheer's riding?
Wascana Plains? Yes, it is. Yeah.
His riding, his constituency
his overlaps. His overlaps
okay.
this one, yeah.
Okay, so that's expected, I guess, when they have a federal conservative. And then let's go down to Saskatoon. Saskatoon Center. Half the voting stations reporting, and it's going to the NDP, although it's early. Chief
Mr.
Wasis. Okay.
Yeah.
Nothing reporting. Saskatchewan Churchill Wildwood. It's NDP. Saskatchewan Eastview, NDP, although super close. And Sask United is making a difference there.
Huh. That's interesting. That is interesting.
Saskatoon Meewasin, still nothing new there. They've stalled out. And then we go back to the rural ridings where the Sask party's cleaning things up.
Look at
so
Weyburn and Estevan representing right there. Yeah, you guys
never letting us down.
Yeah, no. And York.
Nothing from the Battlefords. How do they vote? I'm assuming Sask party.
Oh yeah, they do. Yeah, and that's where our Minister of Education, Jeremy Cockerell, is from, and he's a good boy. He's a good boy.
Sure is. All right. Olivia, I flipped you a clip of Scott Moe's final appeal to the people of Saskatchewan, and I am disappointed he did not make an appeal to the Sask United members harder. Although it doesn't appear to be making a difference. I dislike the division. I wish that they could all be Sask party members.
Can't we all just get along?
Well, because it would mean a stronger, more conservative Saskatchewan party.
Yeah.
Anyways, let's listen to this.
Tomorrow is election day. If you haven't done so already, I hope you will take the time to go and vote. This election, you have a very clear choice. The Saskatchewan Party, who has a plan for a strong economy and a bright future, or the NDP, who would take us back to a time of decline, loss, and closings. The Saskatchewan Party will make life more affordable with tax reductions for students, for seniors, for homeowners, for families, and for everyone that lives here. While the NDP plan will mean higher taxes. The Saskatchewan Party wants to leave more money in your pocket for you and your family to spend. While the NDP wants to take that very money out of your pocket so that they can spend it for you. The Saskatchewan Party will make it easier to access addictions recovery services and harder to get illegal drugs. The NDP will make it harder to get those recovery services and easier to get illegal drugs in our communities. The Saskatchewan Party will protect the right of a parent to be involved in their children's education. The NDP will take that very right away. The Saskatchewan Party will always stand up for Saskatchewan people against destructive policies like the Trudeau carbon tax, while the NDP support that very Trudeau carbon tax. So the choice could never be more clear in our province. We can keep moving forward with the Saskatchewan Party, or we can take a big step back with the NDP. I hope you will vote for a strong economy and a bright future, and vote for the Saskatchewan Party.
All right. Well, here's what I think the CBC Interactive, Olivia. I'm going to flip this to you. They're doing a good job of so far of aggregating the data. It's the least they can do.
For $2 billion a year, the least they can do is throw together a map on election night.
You guys got to justify Catherine Tate's bonuses. So here's what they have. They have the Saskatchewan Party elected in 21, leading in 9. Now, elections, Saskatchewan has them leading in 31.
30, yeah.
So that's, I mean, it takes a little bit of time to aggregate the live data. And the Saskatchewan Party the NDP elected in 1. What is that? And leading in 11 for a total of 12. So, yeah, the election Saskatchewan results are a little quicker. Of course, they have to be because the CBC is taking theirs from that. But they've got the NDP leading in 13. So
I'm just looking to see where the NDP has won one.
So the environment minister is Wascana Plains, and it looks like she might lose her seat to the NDP.
Plains?
Yeah.
That is
your environment minister, Christine Tell.
Christine Tell?
Yeah.
She is, she's she was our former minister of policing, safety, but corrections and policing. But give it a quick sec. Oh, Brent Blakely. Oh God.
Yeah.
He's just the worst. Brent Blakely is married to a United Church pastor and
oh no,
LGBTQIA activist. Sheila, you would have seen a screen cap that I sent you in this last couple days mentioning Carla Blakely. So that would be a terrible, terrible loss for the people of Saskatchewan. Christine Tell is an absolute treasure of a human. I will say that. And it would just be such a terrible loss for Wascana Plains if that man got elected.
Now, Bronwyn Eyre? Is that how we say her name?
Yeah, Bronwyn Eyre. She's our Minister of Justice and Attorney General for the province of Saskatchewan for Saskatoon Stonebridge, I think.
Yes, Stonebridge, but Stonebridge isn't reporting. I don't know. Let's look. Which riding is your NDP leader in? Carla Beck.
Carla Beck is Regina Lakeview. So Bronwyn Eyre, the Justice Minister and Attorney General of the province of Saskatchewan, and I worked together for many, many, many years on the radio. Yeah. She's a good duck. She is a good duck, and nobody smarter, really. Yeah, Regina Lakeview is Carla Beck. Sarah Wright, the Sask Party candidate, running against Carla Beck, is a real champion of women and women's health care. She's a breast cancer survivor. Sarah Wright, a really young woman, but super, super bright and super charismatic. I hope she does really well there. She worked hard in the campaign.
Yikes. And they are really just hand bombing all of these, aren't they? Let's Olivia Efron, I'll let you pick the video to kill some time here. What do you guys want to talk about?
P. Diddy, just real quick.
I learned that inhalation of baby oil can cause influenza, which explains a lot of influenza deaths around him. And there's that Costco pallet of baby oil, but that's all I know about P. Diddy. I just went down that, like, what causes influenza. Anyways, go ahead, guys. What are you picking?
Go ahead.
Okay, let's do that. So we had a journalist, Sid Fizard, go and talk to Scott Moe, and he had a very informative interview with us about Justin Trudeau's so-called just transition energy plan, which the NDP are even more radical than Justin Trudeau on it. And Justin Trudeau is the most radical of radicals. So just think to the left of that. So approaching, Extinction Rebellion, that's where the NDP are on this issue. So let's hear from Scott Moe a couple of years ago, reassuring us all that he's not one of those people who views humans as a parasitic infection on the earth. S'il vous plaît.
Between you and the federal government, or does it just seem like the federal government is taking?
Is there any which, sorry?
Give and take with the federal government, or is it just taking?
Yeah, but in order to have give and take, you need to have a fair amount more, consultation that's occurring, right? And so, and we see, regional roundtables that are being set up to discuss, for example, just transition. Well, we don't want to discuss just transition because we're not implementing it in Saskatchewan, and so we can't actually sit down and take part in these regional roundtables if that's the juxtapose on what we're going to discuss at those tables. Volkswagen, Stellantis, they didn't sit at regional roundtables. So most certainly we won't be in Saskatchewan. That doesn't mean that we don't want to work with the federal government on investments, on innovations that ultimately are effective and effective in preserving jobs, creating and advancing that food and energy security that we provide for other Canadians, North Americans, and our global allied citizens, and doing so in a sustainable way. We're not recognizing as a national government, most certainly, and I would say we need to do a better job recognizing as individual Canadians what we're already doing in this nation. When it comes to food production, we produce some of the most sustainable food that you can find on earth, if not the most sustainable food that you can find on earth. When it comes to energy production, whether it be oil, whether it be uranium, whether it be an LNG, we produce some of the most sustainable products that you can find on earth, and we would do well to make those much more available to as many global citizens as possible and displace some of those dirtier products that are coming from much more unrestful places in the world. This policy development, flawed policy development, has been on full display in the European Union over the last 10 or 15 years, where you have seen the European Union literally sacrifice their energy security, relying on Russia for a third of their natural gas, their coal, and their oil. Have given up their energy security to a country like Russia, those chickens really have come home to roost over the course of the past year with the Russian invasion of Ukraine. And so we in this nation, and this nation is what concerns me, but also the North American continent, we should not be marching down that same policy path of sacrificing our energy affordability and our energy reliability for an ideological target of reducing emissions. That policy will get us into the very same challenge that we see in the European Union today, and I would say that we should take a different path.
Well, what can be done today to capitalize on the situation between Russia and Ukraine to help those in Europe who could be using our energy?
Well, I think a number of things could be done, not so much to capitalize, but to support our allied global citizens in the European Union. One would be to have a very serious conversation about how we can get LNG to a port facility, whether it be in New Brunswick or wherever that might be. Providing LNG to the world not only helps them provide energy security from a sustainable allied partner, but will ensure that they won't be chilly next winter. Most certainly, and we are doing this from Saskatchewan's perspective, as we know all Canadian uranium comes from the province of Saskatchewan. We have seen Saskatchewan uranium companies make great strides, and with the support of the government of Saskatchewan, with our global trade and investment offices engaging in particular with Eastern European countries on transitioning some of the Russian fueled reactors to Canadian fueled reactors, as well as we saw now Cameco actually purchase alongside Brookfield Renewables Westinghouse, which is one of the largest nuclear service companies in the world. And so, and an exciting time from not only a business perspective, but an exciting time from a company, a number of companies in Saskatchewan that are producing uranium, really being able to lean in and, provide support to our allied citizens in the European Union. We could do the very same when it comes to LNG supply. We just can't quite get past this conversation about how we're going to get LNG across the nation.
And lastly, in talks with Daniel Smith, what has come out of talks with Daniel Smith?
Daniel Smith, I think just talk about points that we align on. the oil emissions cap or the oil production cap that the federal government has is, essentially, as I think we agree that we're capping some of the most sustainable oil that you can find on Earth, and we should actually be looking, and we do have a target to produce more oil by the year 2030 because we believe it should be available to the world to displace some dirtier sources of oil. I think you find Premier Smith looking at that to a very similar lens. And so discuss about, is there ways for us to advance CCS technology in that space to ensure that in 2030, 2035, we are still producing the most sustainable product that you can find on Earth. We've made some investments, substantial investments on carbon capture and storage. We're utilizing that in enhanced oil recovery today in that Weyburn Midale oil field, benefiting a number of oil companies. And as I said, the only net zero oil company operating in Canada today is operating in Saskatchewan in that Weyburn Midale oil field, utilizing carbon that's coming off a coal-fired plant in EOR, and there isn't enough off that coal-fired plant, so they're buying more from the North Dakota gasification plant. So you have a Canadian company sequestering American carbon and taking carbon out of each barrel of oil that's produced. Most certainly a good story and an industry that we shouldn't look at capping. And so those are some of the discussions we have with Premier Smith is how do we advance and preserve those industries, ensuring that they're going to produce more of this product that A is needed, B is the most sustainable on Earth, and how are we going to provide it and make it accessible to our allied global citizens around the world.
I just want to thank Scott Moe for being slightly long-winded there so that I could Clorox wipe the bacon grease off my keyboard. I appreciate that. Things are getting, we're getting long here, I think. While Scott Moe was talking, I thought I would check in on our friends over at Just Bins. Now, for people who don't know,
I love them so much. I'm going to take them flowers tomorrow. I'm not even kidding. I'm going to take a bouquet of flowers to a garbage company for what they did.
For people who don't know who Just Bins it's a garbage company, an actual garbage company in Saskatchewan. And they started a Facebook page, and then they started sharing memes to their Facebook page, which is the cheapest, quickest way to get reach, right? Funny, anti-Trudeau, cheeky memes about how sometimes scary Regina is, whatever. And it's cheaper than spending ad dollars, right? People share and then they follow the page, and in between the funny memes, maybe they'll see some advertisements and what you actually do. Well, then they've got drivers out on the street and people were sending them news. And so
the news ban, the Canadian news ban of late last year is when Just Bins became so popular because people would see things happening, whether it be a traffic accident, a train accident, a SWAT team across the street.
Because they are a garbage company. And so they weren't kicked off of Facebook.
Yes, it's incredible. So then there's this stupid left-wing magazine in Regina called...
let me find it.
Okay.
I'm going to find it.
Last year, Just Bins won Best News in the city. That is how good they got at news. Just turned on a guy.
Most trusted news.
Yes, these guys are so talented. They just are.
They're so good at social media.
Yes,
they're so good at social media. They're good at TikTok. They're good at Facebook. X. They're learning. X is a very particular thing. Yeah. So in Canada, so they have the girl from North Korea. This is smart. This is like next level memery because that's Yeonmi Park, I think is how you say her name. She's from North Korea. And so this is, in Canada, journalists are forbidden on social media, so people get updates from a garbage company. And it's true. Their reach is enormous on Facebook because they're a garbage company. And so they're not bound by the Online News Act. And I just dropped it in the thread, Olivia and Efron, Just Bins. They literally won Best News and Best Social Media from this left-wing publication called Prairie Dog.
Yes.
And so Prairie Dog, their best online news, Prairie Dog completely removed the categories that they won last year, Just Bins, because Just Bins is a little conservative.
because Just Bins would have swamped the asses of the CBC, CTV, and Global and all of our mainstream news in Regina. So they just got rid of the category altogether. But I mean, everybody loves them. I mean, the way that this, like, I am talking high integrity, like super high ranking levels of government get their news from Just Bins. Like, true story. They are just incredible.
I pay attention to Just Bins. I'm like, something's going down in Regina. I check out Just Bins.
You need to know
See what's new.
That is what that is they're just the best.
So I don't want to leave Just Bins because I found them very interesting, because
if you
they took what was bad about Justin Trudeau's Canada and parlayed it into a successful garbage company, but also garbage company with a news gig. Anyway, we'll come back to them because they have a story on their social media that I want to talk about with you in particular.
But I'll send it. I'll put it in the chat. I'll find it and put it in the chat. Or did you already?
I put it in the Slack chat about
Okay.
the school board meeting.
Yeah.
Okay, so according to CBC, the Saskatchewan Party leading in 9, elected in 23 for a total of 32 seats, potentially. That could be it, friend.
Oh, 31 is all we need to get a majority. Oh, we're so close.
And we got
Saskatchewan.
53% of the polling stations reporting. I'm just now checking out to see if you have cabinet minutes. And you guys have just like the itty bittiest cabinet, and I love it. I want cabinet to fit in a teacup. That's how big it should be.
We're
Wow, I like
efficient
that.
over here in Saskatchewan. Yeah. Many of our cabinet ministers
of all kinds of garbage. Yeah.
We many of our cabinet positions are like several different ministries sort of all
As
in
they
one,
should
except
be.
for the big ones. Education, healthcare, social services are pretty much on
And
their own, but then we
justice.
got a whole bunch with minister, justice too. But we have many more that are shared responsibilities. So
I'm worried your justice minister is going to lose her seat.
no, she's so
It's
good.
early. It's early.
Okay, so there is a
Saskatchewan Stonebridge, right?
Yeah. And there is a reason why she's maybe not doing as well right now, is because there was a remap of the boundaries, like a boundary redraw, and she lost a lot. Saskatchewan Stonebridge lost a lot of their rural voters in that boundary switch. So it is going to be a more challenging seat to win for sure, just because Saskatoon is just so far left.
Yikes.
But she's a doll.
Anyway,
she is just a doll.
Couple of things from Just Bins that I put in the thread, Olivia. First, Just Bins. Found the NDP and the Sask Party both had billboard trucks out on the streets the other night driving around. And that makes me happy because, as you know, at Rebel News, we love us a good billboard truck. And so vote NDP out there, the NDP environmentalists out there rolling coal around town, burning this truck up, stuck in traffic.
I bet that's not an electric truck. I bet you that's not an electric truck, Sheila.
That thing has a big generator inside the cube of the van to power the LED
run
lights.
all the streets. Yeah, it's just run all the screens. Yeah. Oh, that's right on Victoria Avenue, Sheila. You would recognize this.
Oh yeah, that's jumped into your Sprinter van and went after Faye Johnstone on the street, right there, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Right there.
What an odd day that was, but he's not exactly inconspicuous. He is not. He's stuck out like a sore thumb with his Catherine Tate bright red hair and his little Terrence and Phillip lipstick treatment, and his clodhopper. He just looked up Frankenstein-y.
I think that he thought he was going to blend in Regina.
He thought we were there. He thought we were there as fans, like Faye Johnstone, and he's like, yes. Like, and I'm like, yeah, Sheila Gunn Reid, Rebel News, and what? Whoop, we're out.
And
Maybe
the red
Efron, can
blue
you
cigarettes
dig
in
that
your
up?
face.
Oh yeah,
It
just
was
blowing
just the
darts in my
wildest day.
face.
I'm telling you, this was the wildest friggin' day of our lives. Like, everything that could have gone right went right that day. It was incredible.
Yeah, it was.
It
Yeah,
was
it was
just incredible.
crazy. Maybe you want to dig that up, Efron. The when we caught Faye Johnstone of Queer Momentum out on the street, because he was giving the keynote speech at the Regina YWCA, and also two dudes were also nominated for the Women of Distinction Awards. And so we didn't like this. And we were just cruising the streets of Regina, and sure as hell, there he was on the street. It was just it was like God wanted me to find him.
I just want to give a shout out to our Rebel viewers, because I think it was 9 days we got 9,000 signatures in 9 days to fire Faye from that event. And that was just an incredible, that was just such an incredible support at the time. I remember thinking that, because that was my grandmother's organization. That's the actual organization that she spent nearly 2 decades fundraising for. And I thought that I would die of a broken heart watching her legacy just get flushed down the toilet. And so those 9,000 names, I literally read each single one of them out into the universe as a thank you. So I just want to say thanks to our Rebel family for showing up really when things are feeling pretty dark and awful in the universe. We can count on you to show up to put things right and to just keep us in a semblance of normalcy. Really, I thought that the world had lost its mind in that moment, Sheila. Because remember, at the time, I was off the internet for a bunch of years. Like, I was on a typewriter for a bunch of years. And so I actually didn't know that the world had sort of in the background just acknowledged that trans women were women. I was like, well, certainly not. Like, I didn't know that the whole world had regressed to that point. And so to have all of those beautiful Rebel people sign their name to a document and then send those names to the YWCA was just an incredible moment. And it just showed that people are still normal and that a lot of people are still on the side of truth. And not only are they on the side of truth, but they'll put their name on the side of truth. So thank you guys so much for that moment.
We tried to hand deliver them to the YWCA, but they were like, I can't take that. They thought it had cooties, and I basically said it doesn't have germs. Like, just take it. And they wouldn't take it, so we had to go like around the block and pay for postage to get it into there, because I'm just like, put it on a desk. Can you just put it on it? No. They're like, they were, and I kept saying biological man, and the man kept flinching every time I said it.
Yeah. But it just goes to show you how scared they are of the truth. Because all it was is a humongous list of all of your names, and they did not want to acknowledge that there was that many people in Canada that were absolutely opposed to this as well. Because not only was it just such a gross insult to women, the women of Regina, but it was also just an assault on reality and on the side of human decency. And to have all of you guys there was incredible. But they were just not. I mean, it would have been a confrontation with reality that they were just not ready to have, Sheila. They were just not ready to have it. They want to be in their bubble. They want to be in their little validation circle, and they don't want to hear anybody saying something that might upset the brand new and improved women. Well, guess what? All trans women are men. The end. Yeah.
Yeah. The inside of that YWCA looked like an NDP staff party.
Oh, people have died in that building. Like, that's what a great service we're funding through the provincial government. I mean, people actually overdose and die in that building all the time. It's disgusting.
Efron and Olivia, quick, Johnny on the spot, they found the video. Now, I realize people deeply are divided on my pit vipers. I realize they're very controversial, but I like them. And
they're rad.
I like them partly because they're obnoxious, and partly because some of you hate them. So people really like them or they really hate them, and that's okay. I like them. I have several pairs of the exact same pit vipers in different colors.
She's a pit viper. You could be like their collab artist.
I have the flip up ones. I have so many.
You have the belt. Do you remember the
I
pit
do have the
viper
pit
belt?
viper belt. I do. The beer belt. I have that.
I've never seen anything as good as that beer belt ever with the flip up pit viper. You know what? Sheila Gunn Reid has got a style all to herself, which is what makes her a style maven, a Canadian style maven.
Look, I don't take style cues from anybody. I like what I like. I like these pit vipers, and they were perfect for this mission, wherein we caught this Franken female out on the street. Go ahead.
We were headed down to the legislature to cover a protest, and wouldn't you know it, we saw Faye Johnstone sitting on a park bench, incidentally, right across from the Hotel Saskatchewan. So I'm assuming that Faye Johnstone is staying at the Hotel Saskatchewan. So this cash-strapped YWCA organization in Regina, which just got $3 million from the province of Saskatchewan to build, I guess, transitional housing for the most vulnerable of women and girls. They're paying to put Faye Johnstone up in the Hotel Saskatchewan, sparing no expense. That's the nicest hotel in Regina. So anyway, Faye's sitting over there, and let's just go ask Faye how Faye feels about Regina businesswomen who object to Faye being the keynote speaker at the Women of Distinction Awards being doxxed and threatened online. Let's go check it out. Let's see how this goes. Hi, Faye. Hi, I'm Sheila Gunn Reid with Rebel News.
Good day.
And I was just wondering how you respond to Regina businesswomen who object to you being the keynote speaker at the Women of Distinction Awards being threatened and doxxed online for, I guess, the crime of disagreeing with you. Faye?
Have a good day.
I'm gonna. I think you might too. Do you think it's okay for those women to be threatened for disagreeing with you? Like, I think that's an easy response. You should say, yes, I don't think women should be threatened for disagreeing with me. I don't think you should be threatened for disagreeing with me. Faye, do you think those women should be threatened? Because they are being threatened. They're being kicked off of social media. Biological women are being silenced simply for disagreeing with you. Do you think that's fair? Do you think that they should be threatened? I think that's an easy response. No, I don't think people should be threatened.
I said I would not like to speak with you. Please leave me alone.
Okay. Bye, Faye. Enjoy your time in Regina.
Have a good day, he said.
Have a good day.
Have a good day.
I do not wish to speak with you.
Adam's apple just bouncing away. Oh,
Excuse me, that's a Madam's apple.
Oh, I've never heard that word before. You could tell by my reaction. Oh, that was. I mean, it was honestly. I gotta say, it was one of the lowest points of my life to realize just how broken and awful the world had become, but also one of the best days of my life because you and Kian came to Regina and we just had so much fun. It was just so fun.
We saw Dancing Bob, like it was a real good time.
Did I tell you Dancing Bob is running for mayor? He's running for mayor. Yes,
on his bike.
He doesn't have a car. He doesn't have a cell phone. Okay, this is what Dancing Bob is about. He's a contrarian, and the best kind of contrarian. All he wants to do is share joy. You can't fault a man for that. So,
I hope he fires everybody at City Hall.
Okay.
We've got Just Bins reporting as a garbage company. about a tense Prairie View Community Association forum where a parent asked a school board trustee candidate, that's Lacey Weeks in subdivision 7, for her position.
Yeah, that's the person I'm running against. And she
Okay.
is
Oh, I
also,
didn't know this.
Oh, yeah, true story. Why do you think I'm buying just bin flowers? Look what they did. It is incredible. You can see me at the far right of this video sitting on the panel. And she is also the daughter of disgraced Sask Party MLA Randy Weeks, who lost the nomination in his own riding. Yes, she's the daughter of Randy Weeks. Randy Weeks is the disgraced Sask Party MLA who lost his nomination in Bigger, which is, I mean, just a Sask Party
So conservative,
stronghold.
yeah.
But then he jumped right into the arms of the NDP. So anyway, this is his daughter talking to a dad. Okay, this is how we're going to set up this clip. She is talking to a dad of a student in Regina Public Schools.
Yeah. How many genders are there?
Woo!
That's my question.
So listen, here I am. We have to make sure that students all feel welcome, safe, and included in schools.
It's not an answer.
And part of that is to learn about gender identity and what the students identify as.
Really?
Okay.
Answer the question.
Very important. Great question.
Answer the question.
I have a question.
How many
genders are there?
How many genders are there?
It's an identity.
Answer the question.
He is a vagina.
Don't know the answer to that. Do you think girls and boys should be allowed to say that if it's deemed gender neutral?
Okay. So listen, I'm not going to comment on what happened in Balgoni. I wasn't there. I don't know the situation, but I can talk to you about what happened in Regina Public. So we have administrative procedures around washroom accessibility and change room accessibility. So students have the right to use a washroom that they identify with.
Okay. So how would you feel? You said you have daughters, correct?
Yeah.
How old?
They're in grade 7, grade 3, they're kindergarten and 1.
Okay. So how would you feel if a 13-year-old boy went to the washroom with your kindergarten daughter? Would you be comfortable with that?
You're talking about a trans girl.
Sure.
Yeah.
Yeah.
First of all, I wouldn't know. If they were trans, why would I know that?
I'm just talking around.
So the students that all you would know, or you can tell. That's the big thing here. We need to make sure that all students feel safe and welcome and included in our schools. That is.
What about the girls? What about the girls?
So on one hand, she says to this dad, she says, we need to learn about gender and identity. We need to find out how these students identify as, but then when pressed about her own daughter being forced to use a washroom with a biological male, she said, well, how would I know? Well, because you are forcing them to explore it in Regina Public Schools. And that's, you know what, there's a story that goes right after this one that didn't get put on Just Bins. You want me to tell it?
Yeah, please.
Okay. So right after this dad was speaking, and he was speaking for, like, they had quite a lengthy back and forth, Lacey Weeks and this dad. But right behind the dad was a mom and her little boy. And the mom was vibrating mad. And the little boy had very long hair and sort of like a purple boho shirt on. And he was,
oh no,
you know, every couple of seconds, he was sort of hiding behind his hair, right? And every couple of seconds, he'd sort of like look at me and he'd size me up and sort of look away. And so I kind of gave him a little wink and just gave him a little smile. And
yeah,
because I mean, just by his mom's body language, she was there for a fight. So anyway, she gets up to the microphone and she goes, this is a democracy and my child is going to ask the question. And so she forces this little guy up, and he's like between 8 and 10, say 8 and 10.
So it's not his question.
It is not his question. He gets up to the microphone. The microphone's way up here, by the way. He's way below the microphone. He said, my question is for Lise, Merle. That's me. And he said, I belong to a GDA club at school. And do you believe that schools should be able to have GDA clubs? And so I said to him, well, I would rather you belong to a math club, if I'm being honest, or a science club or a reading club, because it's not appropriate for children or adults to be exploring their identities, whether they be sexual or gender, at school. It is your mother's responsibility to answer any questions you have and to guide you in this regard. And then I told him I was proud of him because this was a child that was put so far outside of his comfort zone. It was just painful to see. And told him that he was brave for asking his question. I was proud of him in that moment. And after the event, the number, and I'm talking dozens and dozens and dozens of people approached me and said, number one, how dare that mother use her child as a political pawn in her own game? And number two, thank you for reacting with kindness to him. And I thought, well, how could I respond with anything but? Here I mean, it was just so egregious what happened. But this is where we're at, where children are being weaponized by their parents to try and confront or cause a fight. And that's obviously not what I'm about anyway. So it was a heartbreaking and really revealing moment at that forum.
Yeah, I mean, they always say these kids need these gay straight alliance clubs or whatever they call them in Saskatchewan. They need them because they don't have the support at home. But it's always the mothers of the kids in these clubs that are very obviously pushing this gender ideology. These kids do not have a tough go at home. These openly gender diverse and or gay kids. You can quite frequently tell that their parents use the child as an extension of their political ideology. It's like a lawn sign, a little lawn sign that you gave birth to that says, I voted NDP.
Without question, that is what happened. And given the choice of asking a question, I don't think any child would have asked that one in front of a room of strangers. It was so painful and uncomfortable for him, and especially because he had to wait so long in line at the mic, like at no fault of his own. That was just the format of it. But to be stood and paraded and to be really forced up to this mic to ask this question that no child would ever think of on their own, age 8 to 10. It was just a really telling and incredible moment. So but back to Lacey Weeks and her answer, I just thought I mean, she couldn't have been more condescending. She couldn't have been more passive aggressive. And I would like for them, all of these advocates for gender ideology in school, to answer the question without saying the word safe and inclusive, because they fall back on those words just like it is the only thing that they can cling to. And at the very, very root of this is all DEI. DEI is nothing. We talked about this on the last live stream during the New Brunswick election results. But oh, look, we got a $5 thing on Rumble.
Oh.
But DEI is nothing more than a socialist construct. It's just a clever brand of socialism, and we got to keep asking them questions and not let them revert back to their talking points. That's what I'm learning.
Do you want to read that Rumble chat?
Please don't this is from Mac Ollie, who sent $5. Please don't overlook the mail-in ballot issue count per riding. In some, the amount is high enough to influence the final count flip on the 9th.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, the final count is on the 9th. And if we look at the mail-in ballots issued, 32,476 with a count pending of 20,000.
Okay.
So that's a fair bit. I noticed that your justice minister is probably going to lose her seat.
Son of a bitch. Excuse my language.
That's okay. It was Regina. No, Saskatoon.
Saskatoon
Stonebridge.
Yeah.
Yeah, she's losing her seat. unless like, I mean, 4 of 12 are reporting, but still, I think it's going to hold that way. And then there are places like Wascana Plains, where the
Regina Wascana Plains.
Yeah, where the Sask United Party is causing the NDP to come up the middle.
So the Sask United Party candidate for Wascana Plains is a guy named Dustin Plett. He looks like a Hanson brother. Yeah.
Got it.
Just a young guy, but he is a very charismatic public speaker. He is very compelling to listen to. He is unabashedly conservative, and he basically says you should be unabashedly conservative too. There's nothing to be embarrassed about when it comes to being a conservative, and so I'm not surprised. And they've been campaigning hard out that way. So
yeah, well, he's costing the the Sask Party their seat. If we go down to Saskatoon Southeast, the Sask United is costing the Sask Party their seats.
Greg Burkich is an old Sask Party founder, and he is now running for Sask United Party. So even though Sask Party has had defectors go to the NDP, they have also had defectors go to Sask United Party. And Greg Burkich is one.
So
that is close. My God, look at that. 23-17 to 24. Yep.
Yeah. He's costing them the seat. And then if you go to, where is it? Saskatoon Willow Grove. The Sask Party's leading by 1 vote. They could sure have used those Sask United Party votes.
Holy Hannah.
Yeah. I mean, it looks like the Sask Party's taking it. I mean, they've got 72% of the voting stations reporting. They're leading in 34. So I don't think NDP or the CBC has declared yet, but they've got them elected in 26, leading in 7 for a total of 33 seats, which is a majority in the legislature. So
yeah.
But it's pretty clear that 2 seats are going to the NDP because of a vote split on the right. And so that is something the Saskatchewan Party has got to figure out, because that's not going to get any better.
Yeah. Oh, guaranteed they will. This is a learning evening for the Saskatchewan Party.
Well, as I said to Kelly Lamb when I was talking to her when you were gone, being a high profile celebrity in Saskatchewan, Sask United should not be considered a one of, because we should not forget what just happened in British Columbia. They went from not existing 52 weeks ago to being a fevered dream of somebody who had a whiff of something that happened 100 years ago and dreamt of it now, to nearly almost forming government. And it's probably going to still end up in a judicial recount. So, I mean, don't count them out. A lot can change in 4 years.
Without question. Without question.
While we continue to drag the puck until at least 100% of the polling stations are reporting, maybe, Efron, can we bring up Sam Cooper's shocking press conference today? We can actually show the full 7 minutes of his press conference with Kevin Vuong, who I always felt was in the wrong party. And as it turns out, what happened to him to get him tossed out of the Liberal Party? While it is a blessing in disguise, it was probably a CCP disinformation operation against him.
Yeah.
But let's watch the 6 minutes and 56 seconds of this, because why not? We're killing time, to be honest with you.
I love watching this.
I got smoked turkey to eat.
MP Vaughan. I'm here today to highlight some of the names and entities covered in my updated book and to pose a question. Should other Canadian journalists be examining the openly available evidence surrounding these networks? Firstly, my book recounts reporting on a 2020 tape recording provided to me, where Senator Yuen Pao Wu is heard in a 47-minute private briefing with the Canada Committee 100 Society. This group included Conservative Senator Victor O as an advisory member, along with an individual officially listed in a Chinese United Front Overseas Leaders Group. The Canada Committee 100 Society is led in Vancouver by Ding Guo, a journalist who is also an advisor to British Columbia Premier David Eby. Other journalists participating in this tape-recorded meeting with Senator Wu later supported Liberal candidate Parm Bains in 2021. Bains had told these journalists he opposed Kenny Chu's Foreign Agent Registry Bill, describing it as an exclusionary policy. Ding Guo was also reportedly involved in the 2022 Conservative Party leadership race, alongside community leaders officially connected to Beijing's overseas influence arm, the United Front. I can provide more details later on how this should illuminate NSI COP 2024. In the taped meeting, attendees asked Senator Wu about his stance regarding United Front Work Department community group activities in Canada. These groups, according to CSIS, are central to targeting Canadian politicians for influence and election interference. Senator Wu expressed his concerns about Canada's focus on United Front groups, stating, "Whether you belong to an organization that happens to be listed as a United Front organization should not be a litmus test," and added, "I am fighting very hard against that type of litmus test." To provide the evidence of this tape-recorded meeting, which my colleague Charles Burton, a sinologist and Mandarin language expert, reviewed and analyzed for myself, I'll briefly play a transcript from this meeting.
Having said that, I'm very worried that the mainstream in Canada, including a lot of my friends and political leaders and business leaders and media leaders, are falling into a very dangerous trap where they are using what I call a litmus test to demonstrate the loyalty of Chinese Canadians in this country. We can identify, for example, your views on Hong Kong, your views on Tibet, your views on leaders, your views on South China Sea, whether you belong to an organization that is officially part of the United Front. You know, many organizations are listed as part of a United Front list of organizations, and the fact that you are simply associated with one is often used as a litmus test. So this is not a good development that I see.
Mr. Burton, the sinologist and Mandarin language expert, reviewed the full tape recording and told me, quote, "Senator Wu's briefing to Canada Committee 100 Society effectively enables the legitimacy of agencies of the Chinese Communist Party in our country. This does call into question Senator Wu's intervener status in the inquiry. Senator Wu didn't comment to me about his remarks, but said I should question the Hogue Commission, who also didn't comment. Ding Guo has said there is nothing inappropriate with Canada Committee 100 Society activities. Therefore, in Willful Blindness 3rd edition update, I write, in a way, Senator Wu's intervention in the Hogue Commission seemed to fulfill his taped pledge to the United Front. He repeatedly filed submissions undermining Canadian intelligence and using Chinese intelligence talking points. My confidence that he appeared to act for Beijing was bolstered by information from a person I call Confidential Source 1, who confirmed that Senator Wu, appointed by Justin Trudeau, was under CSIS investigation. Confidential Source 2 also repeatedly stressed that Conservative Senator Victor O, an advisor to the Canada Committee 100 Society, was a significant target in CSIS's investigation into federal election interference. In Willful Blindness, I write about investigations that began in early 2019. I write, according to 3 national security sources, Liberal Cabinet Minister Mary Ng was identified in CSIS investigations as one of 11 Toronto area candidates clandestinely supported by Chinese consulate and United Front influence networks in the 2019 election. CSIS assessed that Mary Ng was unwittingly implicated in this interference network. Despite my requests, Mary Ng and Prime Minister Justin Trudeau's office never responded for comment. As I write in Willful Blindness, Mary Ng was one of the key Ontario Liberal government staffers who moved to Ottawa with Trudeau, alongside more high-profile advisors like Katie Telford and Gerald Butts. 2 national security sources indicated that a specific CSIS concern was Ng's staff allegedly meeting privately with a Toronto consulate diplomat to consult on China-related issues. CSIS identified this diplomat, Zhou Wei, as a confirmed intelligence actor. According to one source, quote, "We believe Zhou Wei worked with political staffers to provide information on meetings of elected officials and their whereabouts. We know staff have direction to report privately to the consulate on Mary Ng," end quote. This is a critical detail hinted at in the Hogue Commission's initial report, which, for some reason, did not disclose the involvement of Mary Ng's staff with Zhou Wei or clarify what this implies about Ng's position in Trudeau's cabinet. Thank you.
Isn't that crazy? I feel like the voters of BC should have known 2 weeks ago that an advisor in David Eby's office is a CCP-linked journalist who is also linked to the CCP front group. I feel like that might have done some damage in those ridings that are being decided by 6 fingers worth of votes.
You think? You think that's
Yeah.
going to come out ahead of that? And never mind that the Canadian Senate has been compromised. That's what really, really surprised me. Listen, when the House of Sober Second Thought, when the last brake pedal before laws become law in Canada has been compromised by foreign governments, we need a complete inquiry into this to see just how far this rot goes in our public institutions. That it's crazy to think that that advisors to premiers and senators have been implicated in this absolute gross disaster. Just disgusting.
And it should be noted that the reason I know that the vast majority of these people, I guess 7 more parliamentarians it should be, because they named 4 today. Parm Baines, it's no surprise. Like, none of the names on the list today were, I wasn't like, well, I never. I was like, yeah, it's about right.
Right.
Parm Baines took Kenny Chu's riding after Kenny Chu in Richmond Steveston East. After he was targeted by a CCP disinformation campaign on WeChat. And Parm Baines was found to have helped amplify the CCP disinformation against Kenny Chu. Who, Kenny Chu, by the way, Kenny Chu is so Canadian that after he came to Canada and said, you know what, I want to get into politics, I'm going to run for the school board.
Right.
He cut ties with his Hong Kong-based family because he knew even running for the school board as a conservative would make him a target of the CCP. So he cut ties with his family back home. That's how much of a firm believer in the integrity of Canadian democracy he is, and how much he knows about CCP overreach. And then the Liberal is like, yeah, whatever the CCP is saying about that guy is true, and then some. So it was Parm Baines, Wen Pao. Sometimes they say the Chinese names backwards. Anyways, a Liberal appointed senator. him for sure. No surprise.
Insane.
He
Insane.
was the guy telling Alexa Lavoie in a press conference, those Chinese police stations are helping people. Everybody is innocent before they're convicted. Like, okay, sure.
Sure they are. Sure
Yeah.
they're helping. They're helping.
We're helping. And then Mary Ng, no surprise there. I just figured that everything bad that happens in Parliament, Mary Ng's dirty little fingers are somehow involved.
Somehow we're involved. Yeah.
Yeah. And then Victor O, we know about him because the Conservatives told on him.
They rang their own bell. Yeah, they rang their own bell. Bad stuff happening with this guy right here.
They are the ones who called elections officials over what they suspected was impropriety, I think, in Patrick Brown's leadership run for the Conservative Party of Canada. They told on him too. They're like, yeah, something's hinky with all these memberships that are coming in and we don't know who bought them. We can't trace it or anything like that. Something's happening. They told on Victor O. They're like, something's wrong with Victor. He's taking a lot of trips to China and seen a lot of pro-CCP things. Like, maybe it isn't genocide. Like, they told on him. So that's how I know the majority of these are Liberals remaining on this list, because I know who the Conservatives are. They told on him.
That's right. They don't want any part of this. And here's the crazy thing. Conservatives are principled. Like, Conservatives are
to a
principled.
fault. That's why we end up with all these fractured parties on the right out on the prairies, is because we get mad when people aren't conservative enough. This happens all the time.
That is so the way. When the left has a list of 10 items that they want to accomplish, and they accomplish one of the 10, right? They rally around and they're like, okay, how are we going to regroup and reorganize and figure this out and accomplish the rest of the 9? When Conservatives have a list of 10 things that they want to accomplish and they accomplish 9 and there's one outstanding item, what do? We're like, you guys, I'm going to go start a new party so I can accomplish the one thing. It is a drawback of Conservatives, but it is how we operate. It's true. I mean, we've seen it happen over and on. I'm taking my ball and I'm going home and I'm starting a new party and screw all you guys. And you never were one of me anyway.
It works, but you have to wander in the desert for a bit. It worked with reform. That's how we got Stephen Harper. It was a long journey to him. And that's how we got from there. Now we're taking a long way around to Pierre Poilievre. It's how we got Danielle Smith.
That's Wild Rose, right? She took her balls. She went home. She did her own thing. Then that terrible NDP years happened, but she came around. I mean, maybe that's the lesson, is that conservatives do this, but in the end, we always rally back. We always circle back and complete the circle. So.
Yeah, because the thing is, if we end up with an NDP government, it doesn't mean that we're not conservative. It means we went collectively crazy and split a bunch of votes.
Just for a quick sec. Oh, I was looking at the vote at the vote count, and man, it's really discouraging, because it looks like Saskatchewan is going to lose 3 power women in the Sask party. So we have Regina Wascana Plains. That is Christine Tell. Where are we at with that right now?
Yeah, it's going to the NDP thanks to a vote split.
Regina Rochdale. That is Sask party founder Laura Ross. She was the Minister of Women, Status of Women. Regina Rochdale, 11 of 11. There you go. Sask Party, 39-20. Yes, 45-28. Yeah, Laura Ross. Oh, I mean, that wouldn't have been decided by the Sask United. The Green Party stole 161 off the top. Those
will come off the NDP. Saskatoon Stonebridge, you guys just lost your justice minister.
Son of a bitch. She is so good too.
Where was it? I had another one that was lost to the vote split. I just tweeted about it.
Oof.
Yeah.
9 of 12.
Yeah, it's getting down to this is pretty much it. I think we'll wait till and it looks like everybody who was predicting a dead heat in the bulk vote was dead wrong too.
Huh.
So the Saskatchewan Party's taken 55% of the vote, with the NDP taking 36.5.
Oh, I'm so happy. Oh, way to go, Saskatchewan. Way to go, Saskatchewan. You didn't fall for it. I'm proud of you guys.
Yeah, the it looks like so I don't know, the NDP or the CBC seem to know something that the elections Saskatchewan doesn't know. The elections Saskatchewan has the Sask party leading in 40 or in 34 ridings, and the New Democrats in 27.
27 now. Okay.
Yeah, but CBC has them 35-26. So either way, it's I'm declaring it.
You're
Hear it now.
declaring it as the Sask
I'm
party.
declaring
the Sask
it.
Party government.
It's a Sask party government. I think I'm going to go check and see if anybody else is declaring it, but we've got 83.5% of the polling stations.
Thank you, Jesus.
Yeah.
Saskatchewan can look forward to some more economic good times. Our oil and gas sector will be safe. Our coal mining sector will be safe. Our natural resources will be safe. Parental rights will be safe. Looking forward to that amended Parental Bill of Rights coming up, boys. With some new and improved things coming up.
Well, and as an Albertan, I was fearful that we would be standing alone tomorrow morning. Like, we needed that united prairie bloc.
Yeah.
The province of Buffalo to stand against Justin Trudeau's tyrannical overreach, while Doug Ford gets his head screwed on, and now we've got with Tim Houston going into election in Nova Scotia. So I don't know what the polling looks like there, but that could be another Conservative loss to just being in power for too long, which I think might be the case.
Are we gonna cover that one too, the Nova Scotia one, Sheila?
Why not?
Okay.
How could we not?
Okay. This is what we do for fun. This is what we do for fun.
We do now.
Yeah, it's what we do.
All right.
So awesome.
Let's see. Has CBC has not called this yet? Yankee, do you know? Are you watching? Yankee. CBC. Okay, they tell me CBC is interviewing the NDPer that knocked out the cabinet minister. Do you want to watch? Yeah, let's watch.
Yeah.
Let's see. Regina Rochdale. Right? Okay, let's watch this together. I'm curious. I just want to hear Carla Beck's concession speech. That's what I'm here for.
Now, Joan, how are you feeling after hearing that you're being projected to
I'm excited. I'm honored to be able to represent the people of Rochdale. It's wonderful. It's wonderful.
Now, obviously, you have now defeated a sitting cabinet minister in Laura Ross. That's obviously a big achievement. How are you feeling about that?
Well, it shows you that if you go out and do the work and talk to people, and better yet, listen to them, they tell you things and you can tell them that you can represent them.
Now, what did you hear on the doorstep? What did you hear from people when you were out campaigning?
They said they wanted somebody credible to represent them. And they hadn't seen their former representative for a long time. And they were glad that I was out there on their doorsteps.
Now, former school principal, currently registered nurse, if I'm correct. Do you think you have that background helped you on the campaign trail?
Well, absolutely. One of the most trusted professions is nursing. And the next one is a principal that helped and loved kids in school and helped them learn. Yes.
Now, when you were out on the campaign, did you hear a lot about education, about healthcare?
Absolutely. Rochdale is filled with teachers, and they're not impressed with what has happened. And they know that I understand because I still am a teacher.
Now, when you're, I guess, heading into having been elected, what are you hoping to see from the NDP as you look into this next step and as an elected politician?
That we're going to make education better for the children, because that's the future of our province. And we're going to address what happens in healthcare by listening and acting on what the frontline people are telling us. There is no way I would have asked a grade 1 teacher to implement a new reading program if I didn't sit alongside of her or him and do it with them. You need to understand what's happening on the front lines, or you cannot be their leader. Period.
Okay. Well, Joan, the other question I had for you is, your background obviously helped on the campaign trail. Regina is currently being swept by the NDP. That means every riding is going towards the NDP, at least for the moment. Do you think, what do you think made it such a good message for voters, I guess, that they want to support the NDP all of Regina?
Well, I can tell, especially in Rochdale, they care about education because they know children are their future. They care about healthcare because someone in their family is going to need healthcare. And so those are two critical places. And in Rochdale, people were telling me, we care about other people. We think you might be able to do that because you have frontline experience. And I have, from bedside to board table, from classroom to boardroom. I understand what the issues are, and now I can stand up for them. And that's what you need in a spicy grandma there.
Well, Joan, thank you very much for talking with me. Thank you. Thank you.
Cringy lady.
Cringy lady. What she didn't mention was that the Sask Party candidate that she ran against has breast cancer. And so now, Joan, I bet that you were able to take all the time off to campaign and hit doorsteps and talk to all of the teachers that you PS work with while the woman that you were running against has breast cancer. You know what? Gross. Just absolutely gross. Actually,
she didn't even acknowledge. She went one step further. Like, she didn't acknowledge that her candidate had breast cancer, but also she derided. She derided the candidate because she wasn't as much at the door because she's fighting breast cancer. Ugh, yucky.
Just
yucky
insane.
Lady.
Just truly insane.
Yeah. And just cringy. Just a real cringy lady. While we're on the topic of cringe, let's go back to Faye Johnstone while we wait for someone to concede and someone to declare themselves the premier. Faye Johnstone's press conference. Faye Johnstone spoke about the dangerous rhetoric of conservative premiers who are taking their cues from far-right groups and picking on a tiny minority of trans people who just want freedom to be ourselves and be safe in our communities. Is this the press conference that nobody asked any questions? They said, and we'll take questions, and everyone's like, yes. No, thanks. No.
Yes, this is the one.
Oh, gorge. Okay. Oh, what a motley looking bunch. Let's roll this.
Right now, trans people are under attack. There are far-right groups taking advantage of that stigma that's still in the air, and paired with the public's lack of familiarity with trans people, far-right groups are trying to sow division and fuel hatred. Why? Because they're scared of our diversity, scared of what we represent. Because we as a people directly challenge the misogynistic, homophobic, and transphobic gender norms that have held so many in our communities back. And second, because it's politically convenient. Because the groups pushing this hatred and stigma towards our community have a broader and deeply dangerous purpose. They are hoping to fuel anger, to sow division, to use trans people to break new ground in their fight against freedom, against rights, and against equality for all. What scares me right now is the politicians taking their cue from these far-right groups, whether it's Premier Moe in Saskatchewan, whether it's Premier Higgs in New Brunswick, whether it's Pierre Poilievre, who is echoing explicitly anti-trans rhetoric that is simply repackaged homophobia from the 1970s with the word gender and trans swapped in where they used to say gay instead. These politicians are playing with fire. They're pitting Canadians against a tiny minority of transgender people. They're sowing division and hatred, and they're hoping to channel that anger into electoral success. Pierre Poilievre, the Conservative Party, And these conservative premiers should be ashamed of themselves because Canadians deserve better than hate and ignorance in our politics. But I know that Canadians are smarter than that. I know that we will see through this divisive and hateful strategy and that we'll come together across our diverse communities to choose love, compassion, and humanity over hate and discrimination.
We missed the part at the end where he's like, I'll take questions now. And everyone's like, no, thanks. We're leaving.
Crickets, exactly
Just
that.
Just a tumbleweed rolling through the press gallery there.
He was in Saskatchewan campaigning with the NDP this week, I heard. I mean, if that's your guy, that's your guy. Own it, losers.
Wow.
Losers.
And you know what? They aren't taking cues from far right groups. They're listening to parents, you total weirdos.
Yeah. I've heard that I was talking to a parents' rights organizer in Ontario last week, and she told me that they are softening their approach because they've realized that standing at podiums screaming out about being destroyed and hated, a tiny minority of people are being hated by a bunch of mean men, isn't working for them and isn't winning them any fans. And that they are
because
pivoting.
they're men. I got a tough time with a dude wearing a dress telling me he's a better woman than me, crying about misogyny. I'm like, no, good sir, you're the misogyny.
Sir, no. Sir, excuse me, no. Just a word, sir. No, that is not how it works. You may not claim victimhood while you're packing.
Yeah,
No,
if I can
you
see
may
your
not.
wiener, in your pleather pants, you don't get to claim misogyny at me. I'm sorry, I'm just not having any of it.
It's like it's a dead giveaway. It's just a dead giveaway when you can see the thing through the skirt, that's not a woman. Because no woman has that problem. Ever.
Right.
Ever.
I'm still killing time. Do we want to go to Efron? I'll let you pick. What do you want us to talk about or look at or react to? What do you got?
Give us something good, Efron.
Oh, I put them on the spot. I'll flip something. Let's go to. Sure, let's do Danielle Smith clips from her big announcement today, in which the NDP lost their ever-loving minds. Oh, there's a fun clip from Danielle Smith in the legislature today, also on my X account. And the NDP, I checked in with them to see if they're still crazy, and yep, still are. So we can show that one too. It's only 30 seconds, but they are bonkers still. Like they have decided, let's not mitigate our craziness. Let's just lean right in. New leader, same old lunatics.
Let's accelerate our crazy.
Yeah. Okay, let's go. Danielle Smith, vaccine mandates. There will be none. Ain't gonna be none in Alberta anymore because we added it to our Bill of Rights.
Gorgeous.
So maybe let's show that clip.
Well, look, I mean, we're making it pretty clear what the relationship is between our government and its citizens. I think when we turn back the clock a couple of years, I think we'll realize that a lot of those mandates came in because of provincial government mandates, provincial government direction, and provincial government sanction. And we're letting people know we're not going to do that. That the provincial government will not put in mandates that force somebody to take a medical procedure that they don't want to take.
Yeah, that makes me happy.
Just incredible. Hey, we're not going to repeat those same mistakes that caused you guys so much grief. That's what she's saying. It's incredible, actually.
Right, and I think
you know what that makes you guys? It makes you immune to the next thing that they're planning. It makes
Right.
you immune to that garbage. Like, don't be surprised, Sheila Gunn Reid, if you wake up one morning and there's a brand new family of 8 just camped out in your yard. It's me and Mr. Jason
You know
and
I
all
got
of our
room.
offspring.
You know where
Yeah.
to plug in.
I do. No, it's an incredible win for the people of Alberta. It is just
Well,
incredible to just know that
and
you're inoculated against this in case
yeah.
and if and when it ever happens again. It's awesome.
Well, and she, as we just talked about a second ago, us conservatives get angry when our politicians are not conservative enough and we turn on them. Like the liberals, they just march lockstep. They're like, corruption, what are you talking about? Scandals, I didn't see nothing. Chinese interference, what? Green slush
La
funds?
la la.
No,
La,
didn't see any of it.
la. Mhm.
And they just blindly follow the leader. Like, you know, Justin Trudeau should have faced a leadership review a gajillion years ago, a gajillion scandals I've lost track of ago, but he marches on. If he were a conservative, out the door. We threw out Aaron O'Toole because he didn't support the truckers hard enough. You know, like we got rid of Jason Kenney because he wasn't conservative enough. And she, Danielle Smith, is facing a leadership review this weekend at the convention.
She's gonna be good. Yeah.
She just was like, what? No, here, take that.
Yes.
Just lobbed a grenade right into the middle of anybody who shows up to say, you're not doing enough on this issue.
She shut them down. She shut because she's been spending a lot of time at town halls across the province of Alberta, and at every one of those town halls, she got questions about the vaccine, about mandates, about the response, about what Alberta was going to do about it, about the vaccine injured. She got asked about, you know, the doctors who were so maligned during that time. You know,
she just protected them.
You're right. She did that 2 days ago. It is incredible, this swish bang win. Danielle Smith has got some good advice happening, and she's got some really, really good instincts. And man, I'm a big fan of her. I'm a big fan of her.
Now the NDP, they have a new leader. Rachel Notley is no longer the poltergeist of Strathcona, as was her riding. She is no longer the leader, still an MLA. I'm actually cheering for her to become the leader of the federal party because that would absolutely destroy any sort of electoral hope for Justin Trudeau in the next election.
I'm completely surprised that she hasn't announced something federally already. Like she must be in a hard negotiation with them on the federal side because
they need fundraising help. They don't even pay their leader a leader top up anymore. Like Jagmeet Singh has completely collapsed the party in on itself, like a dying star. And as you know, conservatives do well when there's a strong NDP, although we don't even need that anymore. Pierre Poilievre's doing so great. We don't need a Thomas Mulcair level-headed, albeit entirely wrong on everything NDP leader anymore, which was the way of Stephen Harper having a strong, stable conservative majority, is he had Thomas Mulcair to split the vote on the progressive side. We don't even need that anymore. And maybe that's why Rachel Notley has not entered the fray. But anyway, Naheed Nenshi, former mayor of Calgary, the guy who oversaw the decay in the infrastructure, especially the water system there, where then they had to go into water lockdowns now in Calgary.
Never mind like the Green Line and the decay of the Olympic Village, and I mean the 8 million other things that are plaguing Calgary right now. And he doesn't even have a seat, does he? Like he doesn't even have a seat, and he's the leader of the party.
And you would think the NDP would step down so that someone could run in his place, but that hasn't quite happened yet.
We're not. No.
So
we're not.
I was just checking in to see if they had maybe had a change in tone now that Naheed Nenshi's around. Maybe they would be more like of a liberal NDP alliance. But no, still crazy. And I dropped the clip in the Slack chat because, as noted, it is the it's a convention this weekend. It's the AGM. And 14-year-olds can vote in the AGM as they can in most parties, and some are coming. Oh, sorry, I'm frozen, but hopefully you can still hear me. Some are coming to vote, and the NDP, who also allow basically anybody to vote in their party, find great offense in this because you'll see. Just watch.
As we'll see in this session, the UCP government doesn't believe 14-year-olds are capable of making their own decisions with the help of their parents and doctors about their own bodies. The UCP ironically thinks it's perfectly fine to have these same 14-year-olds cast a ballot for the leadership convention. Never mind whether these children have memberships or not to the UCP. Apparently.
Anyway, so yes, that's an NDP MLA conflating cross-sex hormones and life-altering, sterilizing medical interventions to casting a ballot in a party in which you're a member of. Same, completely, no problem.
Same. But if we were to want to lower the working age in Alberta, they would absolutely have a cry and a rotten fit, saying children cannot be trusted to be put in working environments. Children cannot be trusted to, children aren't mature enough to be able to make these decisions or to be able to behave in a certain manner, and yet they think that children should be able to decide to self-mutilate and to destroy their futures and their fertility and any chance at a normal sex life, because that makes sense.
Totally the same as voting in a leadership review. It's absolutely the same set of consequences. One time I voted for Ralph Klein and then I was sterile forever. Yeah, same thing.
Same.
Like, what are you talking about, you absolute lunatic?
These people just have, you think that they can't get on any lower, and then they bring in like the shovels to just dig a hole.
Then they do. I got one more clip from the legislature that was pretty fun. It was Danielle Smith. She was doing, it's almost unfair how good she is sometimes in the legislature because she's been at it for a while. I think it's this one. I'll put it in the chat. This lady who's asking the question is asking in the place of Naheed Nenshi. So the leaders are asking each other questions, but nobody has stepped aside for him to have a seat in the NDP.
So he can't ask nothing, really.
No, and frankly, I think it's because if an NDPer steps aside to win a seat, you're not going to get, you need a safe NDP riding. And the safe NDP riding are full of the high-profile Notley loyalists.
Right.
And so the rest are sort of in play. The inconsequential, not, what do you call them? Shadow ministers.
Yeah.
Just like the backbenchers. Those seats are all in place. So they might step aside to give Nenshi a seat and then lose the seat for the NDP. So they're sort of like, what the heck do we do?
They can't risk it. They cannot risk it. Yeah. I mean, wouldn't that be hilarious though? Wouldn't that actually be a hilarious turn of events?
I would love that.
And don't think that the UCP wouldn't show up in force to defeat, like they would put a powerhouse candidate against Nenshi to make sure that he wasn't able to get in. Yeah.
Okay, so let's go to, I described the video as call the burn unit because the NDP just got torched and a little bit mugged by reality. Let's watch this.
Friday, the government House leader told struggling Albertans, quote, "I think one of the best ways to deal with an affordability crisis is a job," end quote. Yeah. So many Albertans are already working hard to put food on the table, some with 2 or even 3 jobs. Does the Premier share her House leader's view that everyone who is struggling should go get another job?
The Honourable the Premier. Mr. Speaker, we know that when the NDP were in power, they destroyed a lot of jobs, so I can understand why they don't think that a well-paying job is a priority. We do on this side. and we've seen over 100,000 new jobs created as well. They are high-paying jobs because they're in the private sector. We have the highest workforce participation rate as well as the highest salaries. We also have a $15 a day childcare program so that working families are able to save up to $700 per month per child. We've got the lowest taxes in the country. No thanks to them. They increased corporate tax, personal tax, brought in a carbon tax nobody wanted, and that they're still supporting. We have no sales tax, no payroll tax, no health premiums. We're going to be fighting that carbon tax tooth and nail as well.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition. Why does it always look like the NDP MLAs smell of cat urine? Like, why? The sick part, you know, the drapey hair that hasn't been cut in 7 years, you know, the ends that are dyed in a whole different decade as the top half, and then doesn't she look like she smells like a Value Village?
Of mothballs and something else.
Cat urine. I'm telling you. That's
Also,
the smell.
They look like they could be any disheveled person down at the Walmart. And I don't say that with unkindness. I'm the disheveled person down at the Walmart too, but I'm not in the legislature. Okay? Show some respect for the position that you're in, please.
Get a haircut.
Another reason.
My mother,
Get a
if
real
she
job.
was alive, would just be screaming at that. My mother believed that if you were over 40, you had no excuse to have ugly hair. She was like, you've been around long enough to know what style suits you, and you have no excuse to have this long, ugly sheet hanging on the side of your head. My mother would abhor that woman, and as do I.
Oh, the NDP. And you know what? They come with their like stupid little questions and they don't realize that the premier knows everything. Like just banging things off, and it's like, okay, have you had enough? Because she could keep going at this if you want.
Just 10 points just like this, right off the top of her head. She's incredible. And I gotta say, I think it's because Danielle Smith, between her terms as a politician, between Wild Rose and becoming the premier, she spent all of her time on radio. And when you work in radio, you really listen to people like you have to. It's just built on every conversation. And I think she became just a really, really good listener. So yeah, she's awesome. I mean, she's awesome. 10 stars for Danielle Smith.
Let's check back in with the election results, and then we can go back to foreign interference stuff, because we've dug up that clip of that liberal senator saying Chinese police stations, no, they're not playing a part in forcibly repatriating Chinese Canadians back to China, of which we know there were at least two. And I'm like, how come nobody's concerned about what happened to them? Like, they just glossed over it in the Foreign Interference Commission. CSIS is like, yeah, we know of 2 instances where people were
like plucked off the street and taken back.
Yeah.
Holy Hannah, that's insane.
Extrajudicial kidnapping by a foreign state on Canadian soil, and it just is like mentioned as a throwaway line in the Foreign Interference Commission. I'm like, you're abducting Canadians off the street.
There should be a full 180 review, 360 review of what's happened there.
It's nightmarish. Okay,
let's
check him on the results. Olivia or Efron, you can pick which. Okay, so we'll go to
look at that. So 53.8% for Saskatchewan Party, 38.5% for New Democrats. So that's a nice little spread there, no matter what, even though the seat count is a little bit closer, 34 to 27. Sask United picked up nearly 16,000 votes and 4%.
Yeah.
That's incredible.
Yes.
That's incredible. And looking.
Go ahead.
Looking down the list, there were more than a handful that were compromised by SUP that would have gone. Yeah. That would have gone Sask Party had SUP not been involved. So Dakota Arm River,
Regina, Wascana Plains.
Yeah.
Let's keep going. not here.
Wow, they took the whole
Yes.
entire city. Look at this. NDP
Yeah,
took the entire city of Regina. That is
yeah.
wild.
And they would
What
not
did I
have
say,
taken
though?
Wascana.
No, what did I say though? I live in the woke epicenter of the entire Canadian prairie, and I'm not joking. Look at that. Regina Rochdale, 39-20 to 45-28.
Yeah.
Wascana Plains. So Wascana Plains, Sask Party 37-59 to 41. Oh, would that have put them? Hold on, I gotta do the math. Go get my calculator out. Just a minute.
Yeah. They lost the seat thanks to the Sask United. Quick math in my head.
Holy, is it?
Yeah. I think actually the Sask United Party might face some anger on behalf of the citizenry tomorrow.
Oh, it is so close. So had
Yeah.
Sask United Party not had a candidate in Regina Wascana Plains, they would have won with 40. Hold on.
Would have went to a
41-52.
recount. Yeah.
Holy Hannah. 41-52.
Also,
They would have won by 40 votes.
yeah. I think something similar unfolded in Saskatoon Southeast. I'll just do the quick math on my phone. But I
Holy
think
Hannah.
Saskatoon Southeast is similar also. So yeah. So these cities sorry, I lost my place here. 3688 minus.
Oh. Saskatoon,
Yeah, like
Stonebridge.
yeah, so Saskatoon Southeast, very close. Sask United played a big role, but not enough. So it looks like right now, with 8 of 11 voting stations, there's the difference between the two parties, the Sask Party and the NDP Party is 222 votes, and the Sask United candidate took 173. So
23.
What's Saskatoon Willow Grove looks awful close too. I think that might have been blown for them. 2918. Someone, yeah, I think everybody's gonna have to figure out what to do with these two parties tomorrow. Yeah. Saskatoon Willow Grove. Okay, so that went to the Sask Party. That's good. Yeah.
Thank God.
And CBC hasn't called it yet. Do we have anybody talking yet? Any, like, it's 11:30. Oh, good gracious, Efron and Olivia, it's 1:30 in the morning almost for you guys. So CBC has 34 elected and leading, 34 for the Saskatchewan Party, and 18 and 9 for the NDP.
Okay.
Yeah. And then, yeah, you look at your cities and they're just little pockets of orange.
Yep. That's problematic. That's problematic.
And I don't understand it because they vote conservative federally and very strongly conservative federally. They send some great MPs to Parliament. It's odd.
I can't believe that Wascana Plains was that close. That is incredible. Regina Wascana Plains. Yeah,
So,
that was.
Oh, go ahead.
I mean, so close. And yep, Sask United. Sask United did it. And I mean, I cannot tell you how awful the new NDP MLA is. Yeah. Just the worst. Married to the worst woman, just the worst. Just the absolute worst people. That's who Wascana Plains has now. So enjoy your new
Lucky.
lunatic.
Let's can we go back to Chris Oldcorn's article? I want to compare how accurate he was. Can we do that?
He's so good, Chris Oldcorn. God, he's a talented boy. Yeah.
We've got 91.5% of the vote in. So let's go. So what are we at right now? We're like at 34. And he also said it was worst case scenario. Worst case Ontario at 27. Okay, let's go down to his predictions. I want to see how accurate he was.
Okay.
Okay, so first Sask Party 32
yeah,
to 29. Okay, not bad.
It's pretty close.
Okay, keep going. 35 to 38. Okay, we're not there, but we could be.
22 and 25, yeah. We could be, yeah. Still
Could finish
counting.
the night there. Okay, let's
Yeah.
keep going. Okay, so his second prediction is probably closest.
Yeah, from 2 weeks ago. Hey, we should check Saskatchewan Rivers, because that's where Nadine Wilson was running, and she was Saskatchewan Rivers. Is it Saskatchewan Rivers? Saskatchewan? No.
I'm looking.
Where is it? Rivers. There we go.
No, that's not.
Oh wow, Sask Party is walloping. Eric Schmaltz of Sask Party is walloping Nadine Wilson. Looks like she might lose her seat.
Rivers.
Yeah.
She's definitely gonna.
Yeah.
Saskatchewan Rivers 3159, 1460, 694. She didn't even get 1,000 votes.
That's wild. Huh.
Yeah.
Huh.
All right. Do we have any news on somebody talking, conceding, anything? Is this Carla Beck going to make us stay on this live stream till midnight? Is that what she's doing?
Yeah.
We have
We're gonna
kids
have
to
a
put on the school bus tomorrow.
We're going to have a Cinderella moment, Sheila, where we both turn into a pumpkin.
Yeah, I'm there. Oh, by the way, Robbie Picard asked me to ask you where you got your couch. He just texted me and he's like, where did she get her couch?
What couch?
I can
This
send it to him
couch?
privately. That one.
This was a Facebook Marketplace find. It's a curved camel leather sofa. Robbie, thank you. Love you, Robbie. Yes. And this lamp here, Robbie, you would love. This lamp is made up of about 1 billion little tiny wood chips that are then sewn on the outside of a frame. And the thing is, it's an art piece, and it's such a pain in the ass to change the light bulbs in. I haven't changed the light bulbs in like 2 years. It's really, really pretty when it lights up. But Robbie, look what I did with this wall. See this wall? This is washi tape. This is $10 worth of washi tape from London Drugs, gold washi tape from London Drugs. Hey, Robbie, I was thinking about you if he's listening. You have those turtles, and I want to send, I got to get your address. Hey, Robbie, just text me your address on the Facebook, and I have a gift for your turtles, which they will love. Okay, please, thank you. Love you, buddy. Miss you.
Let's go to Alexa Lavoie. She asked that Liberal Senator Yen Wu Pa about the Chinese police stations, and he's like, they're doing good work. Lay off the Chinese police stations that are forcibly abducting Canadians back to the homeland.
You say that there is no proof of Chinese police activity. It seems like with the newspaper from today and from the 13th tip received by the RCMP about possible Chinese activity, how can you say this when The RCMP investigating is still ongoing.
If there's proof, we look forward to seeing it. Until there's proof, there's a presumption of innocence, and there is no need to stigmatize or to punish this organization, which so far has already seen a drop in funding precisely because people are fearful and people have jumped to the conclusion, partly because of reporting that presumes guilt. Because of that kind of prejudice reporting, this organization has suffered. And if there's evidence, this organization, I'm sure above all, would love to see it. We are all against foreign interference, especially harassment and intimidation of Canadians. That has to be stopped. But there are victims on all sides. And if this community organization is a victim of false allegations, then it also deserves a measure of justice. First of all, these allegations stem from the so-called research of a Spanish organization called Safeguard Defenders. I know very little about them. Do you know anything about them? Do you know what their agenda is? Do you know who provides them with funding? Do you know the quality of their research? Isn't that investigative reporting? Why are we taking the word of a foreign organization making allegations, grave allegations that impact Canadians? Why are we taking the word of a foreign interference operation in our country and causing all this?
Honestly, the gall of that guy.
You know, it is because of questions like that that people like me are stigmatized, okay? It is nothing short of prejudicial for you to suggest, Ms. Lavoie, that anything untoward is happening in this country. Have some respect.
And you know, it's funny because the people are saying who are saying name the names because people are making assumptions about all of us. It's the Chinese MPs like Kenny Chu, like Michael Chong. They're saying, say the names because we don't want to be lumped in with these guys. Say the names.
Exactly
the longer
that.
this goes on, the more everybody falls under suspicion.
Like, I just can't believe that we have reached such a level of depravity in Canada where we would be able, where we're not literally screaming at the top of our lungs for these names every single day. Because what it comes down to is, if these people were compromised, and if they were compromised back in front of the last election or elections, well, then I think it could be argued that those were stolen elections and that every law, every appointment, every policy that was passed between that time and this time has good reason to be repealed. All of it. If they interfere to the point of really fixing the election, this is what we must look at in Canada, is going back to the point where this started and rewinding all of it, because we've all suffered such incredible circumstances in these last two terms after these last two Liberal wins in the federal elections, that I think that would be it would be welcome by the people of Canada. Look, we're going to roll back all of the laws and policies to 2015 and begin again. Wouldn't that be incredible, Sheila? To be
Call a
able
mulligan.
just begin again. Like, we're just gonna go back to the point where we knew nobody was interfering with nothing, and we're gonna roll it all back. Wouldn't that be incredible? And that's what this calls for. If they release the names of those 7 others, and they are, I mean, nothing is worse than a senator for me. Nothing is worse than a senator for me, because that man was chosen because of his integrity and his experience. And
right.
yet,
And we can't get rid of him. We can't unelect him.
Oh, this is gonna, what we're gonna hear now? We're gonna hear for the Senate to be abolished, because if you can be compromised as a senator by a foreign government and not be kicked out, well, then that's gonna make people just even madder if he doesn't step down. If he doesn't step down, we're going to be seeing increased calls to abolish the Senate. And I think by Conservatives, that would be welcome because we understand just how compromised the Senate has become.
Yeah. I mean, we're the ones who told on the Senate. Like,
Right there.
They told on Victor O. They're like, he's going to China a lot. He's saying a lot of crazy things.
He's going as often as Tim Walz is, and that's a lot of times to China. Hey, want to talk about the American election real quick?
Sure. I just want to show you one thing that was I just found it. It was kind of funny. You know, I languish in these committee hearings all day. And sometimes there's two of them happening at the same time. So I've got like one on one screen and one over there and one over here. And Nate Erskine Smith remains one of the most insufferable people in the Liberal Party. If he's not getting witnesses to accuse the Conservatives of sexism, as he did today, he just isn't there anymore. So he doesn't normally go in person to committee. I don't know why.
He just shows up on a screen. Yeah, he shows up on a screen. Right.
Garnet Dennis, my MP, goes and he has like a gazillion kids and a brand new baby. I think he goes to Ottawa for the peace and quiet, maybe. I'm not sure.
I don't blame
There's
him.
one committee, every time he was appearing remotely because his wife just had the baby. And every time you saw him, he was in a different part of the house because he was trying to find a quiet spot. But Nate Erskine Smith, it was like his turn for 5 minutes of questions, and he was just gone, just checked out. They're like, Mr. Erskine Smith, where's Nate? And then so Urquhart Khalid, who is also absolutely just the worst, insane time waster, always point of order, and they're always telling her that's not a point of order. Just because you're annoyed right now is not a point of order. These things follow rules. Anyways, she has to come in, save the day, and make up some BS excuse why Nate Erskine Smith is just no longer on the screen.
You have the floor for 5 minutes. Mr. Erskine Smith appears to be Is there a member who would like to fill in for Mr. Erskine Smith?
Just went to like.
No, he's not smoking. He's.
They tried to say he was smoking.
Well, it is. All right, you've got just under 5 minutes, Ms. Khalid.
I'll fill in until Mr. Erskine Smith. I am sure that he's attending question period right now as we speak.
He didn't. He just.
Did he
left.
ever appear?
No. He was there for half the committee. He went through the committee. He's asking questions. He's getting the Green Slush Fund lady who gave her company gazillions of dollars, and she's on the board of the Green Slush Fund.
Oh, yeah. She's the one with the double name with mine in it.
Yeah.
She's something Andre Lease or something like this. Yeah. Okay.
Yes, it's terrible. She was really awful today. So there's a witness sitting there. It's his turn to ask the witness 6 or 5 minutes of questions, and it's like there's just a blank screen where Nathan Erskine Smith was. He just left, and they're like, maybe he's smoking. No, he's not. Maybe I don't know where he is. Oh, he's in question period. So, I don't know. I just thought it was a stupid thing from today, but this is how the Liberals take everything seriously.
They are just the most entitled, gross bunch of people.
Yeah, that lady today said, "How dare you?" They knew who the real bad guy is. It's not her for sitting on a board voting to give her own company money, in direct conflict of ethics rules. It's Rick Perkins, the Conservative MP, who asked her, like, why didn't you follow the rules? She's like, maybe they don't like me because I'm a woman. Maybe they don't like me because I'm a Quebecer. Maybe they don't like me because I'm an environmentalist. And I'm like, no, I don't like you because I think you're crooked. And then halfway through committee, she's like, I'm leaving. And they're like, you can just leave. Like, what do you think you're doing? She tried to leave, like right in the middle of committee. I just have to.
Is she the one that said, I am so highly regarded. I've been asked to speak all over the world.
Yes, that's her.
On that, yeah. Oh, that was rich. And how dare you question a woman
I
as
feel diminished.
highly experienced as me about these lowly, awful things. I mean, some respect, she basically demanded. And I went, lady, you're digging your own grave right now. If you're bragging about your world travel that you took and the misspending that got shoveled into interests that you had control over, just stop talking. Just stop.
Shut your hole.
You don't get to pull the woman card at the end and be like, and furthermore, I am a lady, so I demand you treat me as one.
Oh, she was the absolute worst. She got up and tried to leave.
That's
She's like,
the best.
no, I think we're going. Like, no, you're not.
That is the
Okay.
best.
So it looks like CBC late in declaring a victory because Rebel News declared it like an hour and a half ago, but part of that is because my butt is getting sore from the chair. So they have declared that the Saskatchewan Party wins a majority government. So it looks like it'll be 34 to 27. One, maybe two seats went to the NDP thanks to a vote split, which will probably involve a lot of grievances being aired both ways tomorrow morning, I think. We've got almost 95% of the polling stations reporting. So that's good news. A lot of people in the media. That's a lot of people in the media getting a lot of things wrong.
Oh, those pollsters had us all upset for no reason. Ooh, I'm going to write some strongly worded letters there tomorrow.
Yeah, 5th consecutive majority government for the party. As much as I like the uncle vibes of Scott Moe, I think it might be time for new leadership.
Yeah. Yeah, I think they're going to have to consider it. And figure out exactly what way they're going to go. I mean, I don't think that there's an appetite for a centrist party in rural Saskatchewan, and they got whomped in the cities. Like, if I don't know if we can show Regina again, but I think Regina is 100% NDP, and Saskatoon is hardly any better.
Right, but I think they have to reassess their campaign strategy in the cities. Like Toronto is going conservative on affordability issues. So you can't just think I'm going to ride the middle and win the cities. That's what Andrew Scheer did. That's what Vegetable Lasagna did, and he lost. But Pierre Poilievre is talking about affordability issues, and so they're not being like O'Toole.
Yeah,
and
look at this, NDP in Regina.
Yeah,
so
you got to be something different than butter noodles, no salt.
Mm-hmm. Give us a spicy meatball, Sask Party.
That's right.
Give us your spicy best.
Keep your carbs. Give me the spicy meatball. Now, just an update to our BC election coverage. We've got a statement from John Rustad from earlier tonight, which might have gotten a bit cannibalized in the Saskatchewan election coverage, but let's bring it up and read it so we can put a marker on the end of our BC election saga. So John Rustad. And again, they've got to figure out what to do with the Sask United Party tomorrow, because whatever their issues are, they're not going away. And these guys didn't exist 52 weeks ago. So John Rustad, we've made history in BC. Just 18 months ago, the Conservative Party of BC was at 2% in the polls, had no members, no money, no team. But what we did have was grit, determination, and a massive grassroots movement that would make the impossible happen. I'm immensely proud to lead a party that went from 0 seats to 44 and almost government in just a year. This is unprecedented in our history. However, we still have work ahead of us. I want to express my gratitude to every British Columbian who participated in this election and voted. Your engagement in our democratic process is invaluable. I accept the results of this election. I thank our Elections BC workers for their hard work and their hard and dedicated work. While there are still judicial recounts to be completed, it's now clear that our party will not win enough seats to form government in BC. I am ready to begin the important work of leading BC's official opposition. BC's Conservative Caucus is committed to holding government accountable and advocating for policies that reflect the best interests of all British Columbians. Together, we will work tirelessly to ensure that our voices, your voices, are heard and that we build a stronger future for all of BC. Thank you to over 900,000 BC voters for your trust and support. I look forward to serving you and all British Columbians. Together, we made history in British Columbia. Class act.
Nice.
Yeah. And you know what? The NDP, they better shut their yaps about far right radical vaccine anti-vaxxers, climate deniers nonsense. This is half the population. You can't malign them as these fringe kookaloos anymore. The BC shouldn't. Of course they're gonna. The NDP will.
Sheila, yeah, don't worry. They won't. They will not stop. This is their line of insults that they are so entrenched in that, and they believe that giving the other side, and you know what? It's just going to keep burning those bridges. So I can't wait to see what happens in BC 4 years from now. I mean, is it going to be a rough ride? Because they're going to keep their insane poverty and addictions and absolutely unhinged, wild
they're not going to learn
education
anything.
practices. No, they're not.
Yeah.
As a matter of fact, BC, the prairies are calling you guys. The prairies are calling you guys. It's so much more rational and wonderful over on this side of the Rockies.
I'll take anything I'll take anything up to and including Abbotsford. But that's it. And like 2 spots on Vancouver Island. The rest of you could figure out your own mess.
Yes, it's a true story.
We and that's the thing. The NDP won't mitigate their nonsense. Even when they took power here in Alberta, they called us sewer rats and all manner of insulting names if you didn't vote for them. Even though if you combined the 2 conservative parties, they definitely would have lost, and then they did. It never stopped them from maligning the people. Like the NDP only ever want to be the government for NDPers. They don't ever want to be the government for all British Columbians, Albertans, Saskatchewan residents. The rest of us can just go to hell as far as they're concerned.
Yep. No, they're only interested in representing their own little incestuous bunch of union workers. That's the only people that the NDP is interested in representing. Everybody else can go, well, you know.
Yeah, jump off a cliff. And it's funny because the NDP, they are the ones always complaining that like education is broken, healthcare is broken. It's like your people are in charge of it. Your voters are in charge of it. Your unions are in charge of it. Those are your problems.
This is why I think one of the reasons why Carla Beck's message didn't resonate was because people know that healthcare and education, her 2 main drivers throughout this campaign, are 100% staffed with union workers that are aligned with the Sask NDP. And if you're talking about government waste, and if you're talking about, healthcare services that are slipping and declining and services that aren't being offered, well, you're actually complaining against members of your own party. So well done. Well done. See how that works.
Right. Yeah. I just always laugh because I'm like, those are your unions. Those are your voters. Those are the industries that are like the NDP are in charge from top to bottom. And if they're broken, your people did it. We gave them the money and then you broke it.
We give them the money and then they say everything is broken, everything is on fire. The only thing that will fix this is more money. That is
more us.
And more us.
More of us.
You know what? We need
Um,
more levels of bureaucracy to help fix this. That's what
Right.
we need. I mean, that's our solution
Who's
to
the gu-
everything.
the guy who wants to fire 3 out of every 2 managers has my vote. Like, it's just, you wouldn't even know. You wouldn't even
That's
know.
John Remick of the Saskatchewan United Party. Yeah.
Oh, I'm with him. I'm with him. Maybe. Okay.
In
We've
spirit,
got
but
a
not in practice.
yeah. We've got a chat from Sask Free. Gives us $10 and says, "Can you discuss why the CBC mainstream media was indicating that the NDP would win?" Lisa, I'll let you go first.
Because they are the most corrupt, unethical, unprofessional, uh, financially compromised propaganda arm of the federal government, and because it serves them to tell you lies. That is why they were reporting that the Saskatchewan NDP were going to win. Not only that, but the CBC lives in a cloistered society of experts. Okay, this just ramped up in COVID. I mean, I'm sure it existed before COVID, but especially through COVID and after. They rely on such an incestuous group of experts to get all of their analysis. Like, they never, ever, ever temperature test the outside world to be like, I wonder what normies are saying. Like, it would never
Right.
occur to the CBC to check with the normies on this, and that's why they got it so devastatingly wrong. P.S. Who's better to look at, me and Sheila Gunn Reid,
Yeah, buddy.
or the CBC?
Right. Like, do you think that CBC is out in Estevan Big Muddy checking the pulse of the voter there? Do you really think so? No,
mean-
they're wandering around within 3 square blocks of their office in Regina or Saskatoon, which are
Right.
NDP hotbeds. So
Yes.
they don't know that the world exists outside of the major metropolitan centers of Saskatchewan. Like, they're not out there in Kindersley. They're just not at all.
And if you look at the CBC anchors in Saskatchewan, I don't think you could find even one with children, not even one. If you just look into it, and I dare you to, I don't even think one of their mainstream news anchors has a child to speak of between them all. And that is why they're so disconnected. I mean, it's actually hilarious.
I don't even know. If
Thank
that's
you for
bad.
asking the question.
Yeah, I think that's a great
That was
question.
a great
We got it out
question.
of our system.
Oh, here's Murray Mandrick. Murray Mandrick, so that guy in the middle, called our friend Chris Oldcorn at the Western Standard alt-right and far-right. Yeah, Murray Mandrick. And I don't say this about a lot of people, okay, but I'm just going to say it right here for you now. There's not a lot of people that I would delight in reading the obituary of, but Murray Mandrick is one of them, okay? That is how he is a columnizer for the Regina Leader Post, a man who reached his best before date probably 15 years ago and who just lives to be bitter and awful. That's that guy right there.
Honestly, I don't think they saved for retirement, so they just write and write and write and
Grind
write.
the gears, grind the gears. Oh, he's a bitter man, and has been for years.
Nice. I think we're gonna go until midnight our time, because then it's 2 a.m. in Toronto, and I know Efron and Olivia both. It's Toronto.
Sorry,
The
guys.
traffic is always terrible. It's for them to get home. It's like, I don't know. I tell David Menzies I take the 401 at strange hours of the day and night because I fly cheap when I have to go to the office. And I'm like, what is going on the 401? Why is it always bumper to bumper traffic? So those two need to get home because they got to do it all again tomorrow.
It's okay.
They're like, no, at this time it's fine. The 401 is fine at 2 a.m. It's just cops, insomniacs, and Uber drivers out, I guess.
Oh, good. I mean, the safest of the safe right there. The safest of the safe. We can always, Sheila, we can always do like a recap of the concession and the concession speeches and the acceptance speeches tomorrow. Like, no biggie.
Yeah,
We could do
you know
that.
what? you want to be my guest on Gunn show this week?
Heck yeah, I do. On
Okay.
Wednesday?
Yeah, we'll do it Wednesday morning.
Oh, and then we
We'll
can
recap that.
update the people. We can also
Mhm.
update the people on my Freedom of Information Act request on Regina Public Schools. Ooh,
Save it.
is
Keep your powder dry. Okay, we
It
should.
is so juicy.
Carla, who sent me this? Yankee, did you do this? The Carla Beck, Saskatchewan NDP. It's like here are some key facts about her. Let's put this up.
I want to see it.
She really leans into this that I grew up on a farm. Everybody grew up on a farm in Saskatchewan. That doesn't make you special.
She really wants to resonate, though. Okay.
Right. She's really one of us. So she's age 50, grew up on a farm near Lang with 2 brothers, played baseball in her youth. Her family was inducted into the Saskatchewan Baseball Hall of Fame in 2019. Her family? How does
Was
your whole
inducted?
family end up in it? Her family was inducted. She has a sociology degree and a social work degree, both from the University of Regina. Pre-politics, social worker in Regina. That's like the mainline track into the NDP is social work, including at a women's shelter and a
teachers.
halfway house for youth. Yeah, well, she's got her covered because coming up, elected as a trustee with Regina Public School Boards in 2009, and then the NDP legislature in Regina Lakeview in 2016-2020, was chosen as the party's first, oh gosh, enough of this woman, chosen as the party's first female leader in 2022. Took you guys a while. We already had a female premier a couple times over here in Alberta who was conservative. So it took you guys in the NDP a little while to catch up to us, dirty, misogynistic conservatives, if you ask Faye Johnstone. She's got personal interests.
Oh, wait,
Okay.
wait, don't gloss over the husband. Beck and her
sorry.
husband, Guy Marsden, who is a high-level QP organizer, just like Rachel Notley had, have 3 children, Hannah, Nolan, and Maya. I'm guessing that that's a girl, a boy, and a girl, but you can never tell these days. I mean, you can just never tell. That's apt to change. Okay, personal interest.
Personal interests. Like if you ask me what my personal interests are, I'd be like prepping, survival skills, archery, lifting weights, talking smack about carbohydrates, politics. Like I have a long list of things. Old country music from the 1970s. I like rodeo. Like there's a gardening, self-sufficiency. Like I could list a bunch of things that I have interests in, right?
Yeah.
Personal interests. Enjoys Diet Coke. Oh my God.
Like I said, they all live in an incestuous little bubble. So she literally couldn't say, my personal interests involve talking with NDP, consulting with NDP, propping up the unions, planning rallies with my husband, and blah, 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 because she lives in a little incestuous loop.
Well, and like Diet Coke is not a personality trait. Like it's not a personality interest. It's not even like a food that's interesting. If you were like, okay, here we go. Here, people who know me, if you said, Sheila, what's your favorite food? Meat and Lise? Pickles, right? At least that's an interesting thing. I am a pickle connoisseur. Everybody knows that about me.
Yeah.
I enjoy Diet Coke.
Enjoys Diet Coke and is a fan of Florence and the Machine.
Great.
That says the thing. I'm not a fan of Florence and the Machine. Not even.
Not
a little bit.
anymore. Not
No.
anymore. All right.
Well, it's 11:59, kids.
Do you know what? Carla Beck's coming in. She's going to concede. Let's stick around to watch her concede, and then we'll shut her down.
Okay.
I know it's getting late, and you're getting dozy too, but I would just want to see her say, I lost.
Is that, yeah, oh, I'm here for this all night. Sorry, Efren. Sorry, babe.
To a bunch of winners tonight in Regina. Feeling Good by the Sheepdogs. Local music content, Saskatoon's own. So that gives you a bit of a sense that she's hugging Trent Wotherspoon there, one of her closest confidants in caucus, the biggest supporters.
Still not the
Direct quote,
premier.
Carla.
Still not the premier.
Well, you're all up late. Friends, what an incredible journey this has been that we've been on together. Standing here tonight, looking out at all of you, I'm filled with a deep, deep sense of gratitude. So much pride. Friends, we came so close.
No, you didn't.
No.
Not really.
No.
You know, when we started this campaign, many people didn't give us much of a chance, but we believed. And because of the hard work and determination of all of you in this room and right across this province, we gave people a reason to hope again. And that's not nothing. In fact, that's a victory in its own right. Now, we might not have crossed the finish line first tonight, but my friends, we have changed the landscape in this province. To our entire team, to my family, to every volunteer who poured their heart into this campaign, and we had a lot of fun while we did it. I want to say thank you for every phone call, every door you knocked, every conversation. You made a difference. You truly did. And tonight, I'm incredibly proud of what we accomplished together. To all those who believed, who supported us, I know you're feeling disappointed. I'm not going to lie. Oh. Well, I'm a bit disappointed. I know this isn't the result that we had hoped for. But let me tell you, tonight is not the end. This election has proven that Saskatchewan wants positive change. Across this province, people are feeling tired of being left behind, seeing the healthcare system crumble, struggling as costs grow faster than their paychecks.
Again, those are your people,
The
Carla.
close result tonight is a message that the people of Saskatchewan want and deserve a government that puts them first, and we are not going to stop until that vision is a reality. Now, I do want to take a moment to congratulate Scott Moe and the Sask Party, but to his new government, I also say this. Tens of thousands of Saskatchewan people have sent you a message that they want better for their province, and we'll be there to hold you accountable every step of the way.
Doesn't matter what you say.
Tonight, I say to every person in this province who allowed themselves to hope, who left everything on the field, who believed in this campaign, and who showed up for that change, I promise you, I promise every one of you, this is not over. We've built something incredible. We've built something lasting. We have awakened hope in this province, and we're only going to grow it from here. Because we know that change is a process. It doesn't happen in a single night or a single election. As much as we tried to make that happen, you know, I'm pretty stubborn. But lasting change happens through the commitment of people like you who believe that Saskatchewan can be better, that we deserve better.
Be better, Saskatchewan.
So tonight, let's celebrate how far we've come And tomorrow, we're going to get up and we're going to continue the work. We're going to keep fighting for healthcare that is there for people when they need it, so that they don't have to drive out of province or pay out of pocket to get it. We're going to fight for our kids so that they get that good education that we all want for our kids and our grandkids, for jobs that pay the bills, and for a Saskatchewan economy that allows every region and every family to get ahead. This campaign, truly, this campaign has shown me more than ever the spirit and the strength of this beautiful province. From cities to small towns, from the north to the south, people have shown their desire for a brighter future. And you know, I've had the privilege of traveling all over this province. And I have fallen even more deeply and completely in love with the people in this province from corner to corner. And that's been really a joy. Together, we're going to keep pushing forward until that brighter future is in reach. So tonight, I ask you to keep the faith. And please hold your heads incredibly high. We have so much to be proud of. We are stronger than ever because we did this together. And I have a message for those newly elected MLAs tonight. It wasn't so long ago that I don't remember that feeling. Never forget how incredibly special it is for your neighbors to select you to be their representative. And this, I'd like to say also a huge thank you to everyone who put their name on a ballot in this election. We thank all of you. To the team in caucus, the party office, all those who came in to work on this campaign, all those who showed up endless hours, I want to say thank you so incredibly much. You know, we had a lot of fun along the way, and I hope we ignited a spark in all of you to show up and keep showing up, because we know that Saskatchewan is looking to us to deliver that better change. If you'll indulge me a quick word to my family, my husband, Guy, my son, Guy, my rock, thank you for your unwavering support. To our kids, Maya, Nolan, Hannah, Chloe, who's with us here, please know that you are my reason why. And despite the outcome tonight, how lucky am I to have such a beautiful and caring, supportive family. My parents, Judy and Ray, are up here with us tonight. You raised us to be people of character and integrity, and you showed us a hell of an example. I love you and thank you. Friends, from tonight, from the lessons learned on this campaign, we will grow, we will learn, and together we will continue this journey towards a Saskatchewan that works for everyone. To all of you, to all of Saskatchewan, I say thank you. This is only the beginning. Let's continue to fight for the future that we believe in. Let's continue to fight for a Saskatchewan that truly is stronger together. Thank you all.
Carla Beck speaking to her supporters.
I feel like I've been suckled upon by an energy vampire. I don't know about you, but that was a very boring concession speech. I would have a tough time being fired up as a newly elected NDP MLA, that's for sure.
Oh, the energy was so low. It was like of a 15-year-old golden retriever.
I
The
feel like
amount
I
of
have mono.
sniffling,
It's like
sniffling, but punctuated with wild applause and cheering. Like I've never heard so much cheering for somebody who just lost ever.
And so boring. Just so boring. I feel like I have mono after watching that speech. I'm just so tired. I can just feel like I'd sleep forever.
Well,
you know
couldn't
what?
have happened to a nicer person than that
Yeah,
one.
very boring. Very, very boring. Off to have her Diet Coke since that's a part of her personality these days.
Hey, that's
And
the guy I kicked off my porch.
is
Yeah.
right
Guess
on.
what? Bad news.
He
He's
get
my
elected?
MLA now.
Well, I hope he comes back.
I can't wait to ask him about things, so I'm just going to be up in his office all the time. I'm just going to be up in his office all the time. You thought I was a nightmare on my doorstep. Wait until you inherit me as a constituent. Woo-hoo-hoo! Woo-hoo-hoo! I can't wait.
And as the local trustee.
That's right. That's exactly
Yes.
right. Oh no, this is great. This is great. That was an awful concession speech, and I
You
did not
scratched and
enjoy
went.
it. Yeah,
I did not
I'm
enjoy
delighted. I'm delighted.
I don't know if Scott Moe's gonna speak. Oh, is he gonna speak?
Scott
Okay, you know
Moe,
what?
it's
He's not high energy either. So I promised the team in Toronto that we were gonna wrap this up, but let's listen to Scott Moe. Well, maybe you guys will have sent us some chats, and then we'll wrap it up. We'll release Lise. She's got kids to put on the school bus in the morning. I have kids to put on the school bus in the morning. Just one still on the school
that's
bus.
all right. That's
And
all
it's
right.
gonna be like Efron and Olivia are gonna be getting home at like 3:30
Efren and
morning.
Olivia, I will buy your coffee tomorrow. Oh, here we go.
Okay, come on. Some energy, Scott, please.
I was going to say good
Please.
evening, but I think I'll actually say good morning. What a great day to be in Saskatchewan. And I want to begin by saying thank you to a number of people here. First of all, to all the people of Saskatchewan, all who went out and exercised their democratic right to vote and voted for a strong economy and a bright future in our province. Thank you once again, Saskatchewan, for placing your trust in our party, in the Saskatchewan Party. And thank you for electing a majority Saskatchewan Party government. I want to say a quick thank you to a number of friends, community members, voter supporters that have stuck it out. A number have left as we're late evening and there's school tomorrow and work tomorrow and everything else. But I want to say thank you to all of the voters across Roster and Shelburne for re-electing myself as your MLA, sending me back to Regina to the Legislative Assembly as your voice within the provincial government. The support that you provide myself, my family, and the honor that I have in representing each and every one of you each and every day that I have had the opportunity to do that. I appreciate that more than words could ever express. And so I want to say thank you to the community, all of the voters of Roster and Shelburne. And of course, and I say this often when we're in Regina, but no one serves in public office by themselves. They only do so with the love and support of their families. So I want to say thank you to my children, but most importantly, thank you to my wife of now 31 years. Never do it without you. Thank you as well to our Roster and Shelburne campaign team that is delinquent, one MLA throughout the campaign as we travel the province. Thank you to Patrick Bundrock and all of the Saskatchewan Party team that is at headquarters. And thank you to the small group of folks that traveled across the province with me in what is now affectionately known as the truck. I want to say a thank you as well to all the candidates from all the parties that ran in this election. Whether you were successful or not, thank you for putting your name on a ballot. It's no small thing to put your name on that ballot, your name on a line sign, and to put yourself out in the public arena. To stand up and say, you want to represent your community, you want to represent your neighbors, and you want to represent your friends. And so I would say to each and every candidate that put their name on a ballot this election, I appreciate the fact that you did that, and I thank you for doing that. And I also appreciate the family that you have that supported you in doing that. And I want to say as well that I would say thank you to each of the party leaders for what they have done, not just over the course of the past month, but for the course of their time as a leader. And I want to single out Carla Beck for the very strong campaign that she ran. And I want to thank not only her, but thank her family as well that supports her in the work that she has done each and every day as opposition leader, but also the work that she does as leader of the NDP party. She ran a strong campaign, and credit to Carla Beck. Specifically as well, I would like to thank all of the Saskatchewan Party candidates, and through them, their teams, their supporters, the volunteers, the door knockers. We achieved this campaign a level of volunteer participation that I've never seen before. And so to each volunteer on a Saskatchewan Party campaign, I say thank you, thank you, thank you. We knew when we started this campaign that it was going to be a challenging campaign. Recent history has not been kind to incumbent majority governing parties in this nation or around the world. We saw what had happened in British Columbia, New Brunswick, and Manitoba a short while ago. But we also believed that we had a message and we had a record that we could be proud of. And we knew that we had an outstanding slate of candidates that would work hard to bring that message and that record to the doorsteps across this province. And each of the candidates that ran for the Saskatchewan Party, they did that in an incredible way. And I thank each of them, and I thank the families that supported them behind them. This was a much closer election than what we have seen in quite some time in this province. Just over roughly half of the voters voted for the Saskatchewan Party, and there's another half of the voters that voted for someone else. And I would say this, that I've heard the message that was delivered here this evening. And the Saskatchewan Party will be a government that works for all of the people of Saskatchewan. And now some may allude to tonight's results as means that we are divided in this province. And I would disagree with that. Because I know, regardless of who you voted for in this election, you did so because you wanted what was best for the province that we know, love, and live in. And in this, I would say each of us is united. So tonight, I want to say a couple of words to each and every Saskatchewan resident that voted in this election. First, to the thousands of Saskatchewan voters that supported and re-elected the Saskatchewan Party. Thank you for your ongoing support. 17 years ago, you elected a new government in our province, and tonight, 17 years later, you voted to re-elect that very same Saskatchewan Party to govern. Because you know and believe, as do I, that Saskatchewan's best days are still ahead of us, and you believe that the Saskatchewan Party is the best choice to lead Saskatchewan to that brighter future. So I thank each of you. Now to the thousands of voters that may have supported another party in this election. With the commemoration of 80 years since D-Day this past summer, a place where our forefathers fought and so many made the ultimate sacrifice to defend our democracy and to defend the very right that we have in this province and in this nation to vote, and thereby collectively elect a government. I say thank you to each of you that voted in this election and took part in that great democracy and showed honor to those folks that fought those battles. And I thank those that supported or voted for another party this election for the message that was delivered tonight. I've heard that message, and our team has heard that message, and we must do better, and we most certainly will. When you look at the results tonight, there are many people who voted for the Saskatchewan Party in the past, but chose not to in this election. We have lost your support, whether it be due to management of healthcare or education or the cost of living pressures that we're all feeling in this province and across this nation. All of us in government, and it starts with myself, we're going to take a little bit of time. We're going to reflect on the message that was sent here this evening, to reflect on just what exactly that means. And you have my word that we are going to do that. And we will strive to earn back your support.
Yeah.
We've heard on the doorsteps and in our communities that your expectations of a government is of a government that will do better when it comes to accessing healthcare services. Your expectations is to have a government that will do better in supporting our children in their education. A government that will do better in representing you. Tomorrow, we're going to go back to work. We're going to do just that. And I would provide an example. In 2007, for those of us that can remember, we had in this province the longest surgical wait times in the nation of Canada. By investing as a government and by focusing on the results, by 2014, we had the shortest wait times in the nation of Canada. Well, what we need to do is bring that type of focus to all that we do on behalf of you, the people of this province. And in that focus, we are going to ensure that people in Saskatchewan will be able to find a family doctor. People in Saskatchewan will not have to wait too long for their surgery. We will ensure that the people in Saskatchewan will be able to access mental health and all too often subsequent addictions supports, recovery supports. And we will ensure that families feel safe wherever they choose to live in this province. And we'll also get to work on delivering on the election platform that we had put before the people of Saskatchewan, keeping the promises that we made to each and every person in this province in the election campaign that we had just came through, and working more broadly to achieving the targets that we had set out in our Saskatchewan Plan for Growth. We will keep Saskatchewan's economy growing, and we will continue to focus on creating new jobs and opportunities so that our children can stay here, so that we can have the resources to ensure that we can make those investments right back into those classrooms and into our healthcare operations. So on this evening, in a very challenging time for incumbent majority parties across Canada and around the world, it's not lost on me, or it is not lost on your Saskatchewan Party team, that you have provided us with the honor to form a government in this great province for a 5th consecutive time. That hasn't happened very many times in Saskatchewan. In fact, it has happened 3 times, and it hasn't happened since 1960. It's also not lost on me the message that has been sent this evening to our government, to this 5th-term government. There is a message that has been sent, and I'd say that message has been received. We are the Saskatchewan Party, and thanks to the voters of this province, we are still the Saskatchewan government. And our pledge to you this evening is that we will always work and focus on what matters to you and what matters to the people that we represent across this province. And tomorrow, we're going to get back to work, building a strong economy and a bright future for everyone that lives here. So thank you very much to everyone that has joined us this evening. Thank you to the people of Saskatchewan, and God bless our great province of Saskatchewan. Thank you.
You know what? Introspection, that's important. He says, you know, he's lost the votes of some people, and he's got to figure out why that is.
He's got to earn them. He knows he's got to earn them back. That's exactly right. Those couple of seats that were turned over because of a Sask United Party vote split are going to play a big role in that. A big role in that. Some of those more more conservative voices are going to get a bigger seat at the table. Oh, babe, go to bed. Okay,
No,
Efren.
no. Efron's even worse. I'm fine. It's 12:30 for me. But I noticed that he did something that Carla Beck didn't do. He thanked Carla Beck. He said said she did a good job, thanked her family, thanked the NDP. She didn't do any of that. She was just like, we're going to go to the legislature, kick his ass. Like, I noticed that in the New Brunswick election, same thing, you know, Blaine Higgs was very like congratulatory, even as someone who just lost. Yeah. And I don't know what it is about these progressive women that they just don't know how to be gracious in winning. I noticed while Carla Beck was talking, because I zoned out completely, and I had to keep my brain busy. 2 ridings in Saskatoon have gone conservative, very close.
Oh, let's just let us quickly look.
We'll look and then we'll release Efron and Olivia from their chains. We've got Saskatoon Westview.
3362, 31 votes, you guys. For the Sask Party. That's going to be, with mail-in votes? Without question,
it there's like 200 and, I think for this riding, I went and looked, there's like 200 and some odd mail-in votes. If you scroll up to the top, you'll see, you can actually see which votes are mail-in. Yeah. And then, what was
Saskatoon Willow
Grove. Yes, that's the other one. And that had quite a few mail-in votes too.
And this was one of the Sask United Party split votes too. That would get them within spitting distance. That's interesting.
Yeah. So the Sask United took a bit of votes there, but not enough to make a difference. Although with those mail-in votes, it could be enough. So there's still 2 ridings in Saskatoon that went conservative that could go the other way once the mail-in ballots are counted.
Yeah. Okay, my dears. Well, this has been a slice. Thanks for stressing with me and sitting with me and just holding space with me while I thought the whole thing was getting flushed to the NDP because of terrible pollsters and the CBC lying.
Thank you for coming along with us on this 5-hour group therapy session. We've got actually a message from the chat for Lise. It is from Okie Win 12, says Lise Merle, love ya. So that came in.
I love you
back.
That
was nice. Yeah, well, you'll be seeing.
Thank you.
You'll just be seeing more of her because she's running her school board candidacy. So we're going to talk about that on Wednesday on my paywall show. To become a subscriber, it's only $2 a week, $8 a month at rebelnewsplus.com. We take free clips out and put it on YouTube because I realized that Justin Trudeau is picking your pocket. So we try to put something out there for a price point. We meet you at your price point is what I'm saying. And then Lise is going to be the Regina Public School Board trustee in, what is it, Zone 7, District 7?
Subdivision 7, yeah. And our municipal election is on November 13th. So yeah, if you're from Regina and you're listening, you got to go vote on the 13th of November.
Oh, we're also covering the Nova Scotia election. We're doing that now too.
And we're just committing to working on all of these little things and just trying to entertain and delight you. So
we got to crowdfund a chair for you because mine is, I'm wiggling in it.
Well, I'll send you one on Amazon. We'll find you a comfy chair.
Okay, let's wrap up the show. Let's let Efron and Olivia go home. Lise, thank you so much. Thank you. This is a huge time commitment for you. And I know, thank your family, thank your little ones for keeping a lid on it while you tried to work and give your expert analysis on the Saskatchewan election. Thanks so much for sharing your time with us. We just appreciate you so much around here.
Well, I love you guys. Thanks for having me. And I'll see you on Wednesday.
Thanks to everybody on the team who stayed late, works, not just Efron and Olivia, but everybody who makes sure that the links are there for you to click on so you can watch us whenever you feel like. Thanks to everybody who chatted with us tonight, shared the stream so that we can get our numbers approaching CBC's numbers, and who pitched in a little bit to keep the lights on around here at Rebel News. We appreciate you so much. You know, we'll never take a penny from Justin Trudeau to hold him to account, and how could we if we did? So we rely on you, and we just appreciate you because you make a choice. You know, as I say, there's less money in your pocket than ever, thanks to Justin Trudeau's inflationary policy. So that you choose us with your hard-earned money means a lot to me and the team. So thank you for that. I'm getting long-winded. It's very late. I better shut her down. Lise, thanks. We'll talk, well, probably in minutes. Okay. And to everybody out there in Rebel News world, as my friend David Menzies always says, stay safe and stay sane.